Hi everyone, we're back and we're excited to get back into it with you. So again, we're working on our flower card here with Kara, and she's just going to jump right back in. We're going to do like a 30-second quick break just to get everyone back, and we'll start again. Thanks.
Okay, we are back. Yay, this is where I was. So I don't know where you ended up, but this is where I was. So basically, let me reiterate that. First of all, we apologize for the technical difficulties. Apparently our internet went down. We didn't realize, then we had to do some magic to make it back up because we have a little backup system here. So now we're learning, always have the backup system also going. But here we are, we were making our first card as we got started, and we did our papers, we put our border on, we put our sentiment, our 2 dots. I showed you on the sticker sheet here how to put the stem, and then we just attached it to the card. So I'm going to keep going, and hopefully you can watch the first part of the video and then jump into this part of the video. So we are getting there. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. So the next step that we have is to locate our glitter paper. So if you're back, why don't you give Michelle a little comment saying I'm back, I hung in with you. Yay, I'm glad you guys got it working. We would like to know all about that. Okay. All right, so this is our handmade glitter paper, and when I say handmade, I do mean we make every single piece by hand. So how we make it, just quickly, is we have a piece of 80-pound cardstock, we have our score tape, and then we have the Krazy Kreations microfine glitter. Now, one thing you always have to do is you have to burnish. Burnish means rubbing your glitter paper. And when you rub the glitter paper, what you're doing is removing excess glitter, and at the same time, the oils in your hands are making this super shiny. Okay, so once you have that, you can see a lot doesn't really come off. That's why it is super fine. And we only use the Krazy Kreations glitter. So if you try to make this with other glitter, it might be too rough for your markers, and then that will become a problem. All right, so now what we need is we need to peel one of our flowers and 3 leaves, all right? So we're gonna come in here and we're gonna go to our outline stickers. Now you can pick anywhere on the sticker to peel your outline, and all the negatives will be left behind. By the way, isn't this a beautiful image that you can use in another project? I think it's just a beautiful silhouette, and so what you need to use this is something called transfer paper, and what that does is you put the transfer paper on, you rub, and then you could transfer it to another project or paper, but none of these pieces are connected, so that's why you need the transfer paper. So we're going to go ahead, put this down anywhere you want on your glitter paper. Now I think I also said we need 3 leaves, so we're going to come in here. Okay, 1, 2, and I'm trying to maximize my glitter paper, So I am making them tight because you will have to trim. So once we color, we will be trimming. Okay, so there, look how I maximize that leaf. Okay, so we have all of those. We're done with our sticker sheet. So I'm gonna go put it out of my way. And now, before we glitter our color, we have to do something called burnishing again. And I'm going to burnish this time with my brayer. Now these are tiny little brayers. We love them, but we have to make sure that our sticker is down nice and tight on the glitter paper because we don't want any bleeding underneath the sticker when we're coloring. Sometimes I turn this over and go from the back just to give it that added pressure, but the roller really works well. Now if you don't have a roller, you can use something flat, like this is flat, so you could do this, or you can simply turn it over with your fingers and give it a good rub, okay? All right, so now that we've done that, and I'm going to just kind of go in a little bit here so you could see when I color. You could see that the way that I colored this, I used a lot of the kind of red to orange to kind of yellow orange. And that is our favorite friend, Bailey. Okay, so we are dog friendly here. All right, I'm going to turn this around. So I'm going to kind of grab my markers. Now, if you've not seen how we store our markers, we have them in this wonderful acrylic case right here. And I love it because it turns and you can see both sides of the marker. So when you're looking for a marker, it makes it a lot easier. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to get a yellow. I'm going to get my yellow orange. I'm going to get this red orange, and I'll tell you the numbers in just a moment, but why don't you pick a few yourself just to kind of see what it is you might like. And I'm not sure I'm going to use all these, but I'm going to get them ready. And then also for our leaves, we need some green. So I'm going to go ahead and get 2 greens right here. All right. I'm trying to figure out where I want everything on my new little table here, so I'm going to try to move things around so my arm is not constantly in the camera here. Okay, so let's try it this way and see if that's better. All right, so what have I chosen? Let's start with our green because to get the coloring going, I think it'll be easier if we just do a smaller leaf here to kind of get how this is going to work. So I'm choosing my Olo marker. I have G0.4 and I also have G0.1. Now I'm going to start with my darker color and then I'm going to go to my lighter color. Now when you work with the Olo markers, just to let you know, you want to keep the caps off. They really recommend that because the way these markers work, they are phenomenal. They're nice and juicy, but they have real liquid ink in here. So if you keep opening and closing the lid, you might kind of interrupt the way that it flows. The ink flows to the brush tips, so that's why they recommend that you keep that off. So I'm going to start with my darker color, which is G04. And I'm just going to go in here, I'm going to do 2 right now, where I want my shading. So I don't want a lot, so I just put a little bit. Now I'm going to the other side, which was G01, and I'm going to start at the end of the dark color, and I'm just going to feather it to the end. So you'll see a darker shadow in the middle of my leaf, and then it goes light on the end. Okay, so I'm going to do this one, dark, light. So that's our motto here today, dark, light. Okay, now if at any time your little tip of the light color gets a little bit of dark on it, you could take a piece of scrap paper, and I'm just going to take this envelope here, and you can tap it, and when you tap it, all the dark color comes off and it goes back to the original color. So you will not be staining your marker. All right, so we've done our leaves. If at any time you want to add more dark, like, oh, I didn't put enough dark, so you can add another layer. But when you're coloring on the glitter paper, you need to let it dry between layers. So as you saw, I let it dry. It dried for about 5, 10, 15 seconds. Now, if you're not sure which cap goes on your marker, it's on the little barcode, it's on the cap. So then you can go ahead, put these back on. All right. So if you are using Copic or Spectrum Noir or any other alcoholic marker, it's always dark light. So it's the same technique, just different marker. Okay, so now we're going to color our flower. So if you kind of look over here, it's a darker, going to medium, going to light, and then adding a little bit here. Actually, I think I put some pink in here, so we might do that. So we're going to start by red to orange to yellow. And then we might come in with some pink, which gives it kind of that tropical, summery feel. What do you think? I like that. Okay. So here we go. I'm going to start with my red, which is this R0.5. Okay. So let's go ahead. And it doesn't matter what part of the flower you do, just whichever one you want. And I'm just going to start kind of just giving this side a little red. And when it comes to coloring dark, you always want to go a little light-handed with the dark. You don't want a lot, because you can come back, but you can never take away. Okay, so there's my dark. So now I'm going to go to my next orange. And here's a darker orange, which is OR 2.5. So I'm going to pick this up right where that ended. Just kind of making it keep going toward that other side. So I'm picking up. Now if you ever come back and you start back here, you would be erasing the dark color. Okay, so there we go. And now I'm going to come in to my, this one is O 2.4. Hi, Michelle. We're kind of coming in here. And as you can see, making my way to the other side. Okay. And now I'm going to come in with another color. You can see I just like using all different colors. This is YO 2.3. And I'm just going to keep going. But look, it looks like a sunset or a tequila sunrise drink or something tropical. I'm just kind of coming in now with my YO 2.3. And I told you I like to use a lot of markers, so now this one is Y 2.3. Just going to finish it off with this yellow. Okay. Look how pretty that is. Gorgeous. I love it. Now I told you on the original here, I added a little bit of a pink in here. So I'm going to come in, I'm going to find my pink. I think I'm going to look for something like RV 0.2, or maybe I want 1.3 or 1.5. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm going to try this 1.5. It's a little brighter. It's a newer color, so I'm just going to put a little bit on the tips here. This is pink. And then I'm going to come in with my RV 1.3. Only because I just want a little bit of pink in there. Who out there likes pink? I think pink is fun. So I'm going to put a little pink. It's hard to see the pink here, but it is pink. And then I'm going to come in with my yellow and just blend that. So I'm going to find my Y point 2.3, and I'm just going to come to the edge and blend that in. And this would be a good time to clean your tip. Okay, we have our flower done. So I am going to get that paper, clean my tip a little bit, get any pink off, and there we go. So I'm going to put my markers back together, and then we're going to look at our design here, how we colored, and then I'll tell you next steps. All right, so I'm just kind of following along, making sure I get the right ones. And there we go. Perfect. Okay, so now that we've colored, and as you can see, here it is. Isn't that cute? I love it. We are actually going to go in and take our scissors, and I'm not going to do this part with you, but you are going to take your scissors. I will show you just a sample and follow cutting this out. Now if you have a Brother Scan and Cut, the Brother Scan and Cut will cut it out, but the one little thing is you got to make sure that you leave at least a 1/4 of an inch between every image, so you wouldn't get a good cut right on this corner here because it's too close. These are fine, okay? But once you do that, you'll see that you're just going to trim it all out. If you have any of the white core showing from your cut, this would be, once you get this cut out, I would really recommend that you come in with a black marker. And to just kind of finish it off, you would go in and go along the edges, and that takes care of any black, so therefore it looks like the sticker and you don't see the white core. Again, do that after you have trimmed your entire image out, and then once you have that, you're going to use your pop dot dimensionals right here, and you're going to put that on your card. So do you see, I just used a few pop dots, and there it is. We did our first card. Don't forget to add your little, your leaves and your dots, and that is card number 1. So I am going to just give you a moment as I reorganize, and we're going along, and we'll start doing card 2, 3, and 4 in just a moment. Okay, thank you. I'm back. How's it going out there? So I think we got through our first project, and so now we're ready to do project number 2, which is kind of a fun little element. It has what we call a wobble, and a wobble is something that kind of makes one of the elements wiggle. So let's take a look at that, and let's look at the card. Okay, so I'm going to move this out of the way. Here is our card. This is 2 kites, and as you can tell, this is the wobble feature. So in there we have a little wobbler. I'm sure some of you have probably used it, but we've not really used it here at Krazy Kreations, so I thought it would be a fun little addition to add to our project. So what we need now is we need to find the hello, and we need to find our kite stickers. So we're going to go into our stickers here, and I'm going to look through. So this is the hello right here, and this is the kite. So those are the 2 that we need. Okay. And we need to take them out of the package, so we might as well do that while we have them right here. Okay. Very good. So we're going to need that. It also looks like we are going to need our border sticker and our dots. So you'll want to get those as well. And of course, look for the little kit that has the wobble. So these are the things we're going to need to make the next project, the kit and these 4 stickers.
I had a quick question I wanted to come on here and address. The crafter box is still available for purchase, so if you do like what crafts or projects we're making, it's available online. The way to find it, go to our website, which is krazycreations.us with K's, obviously, and then on that toolbar, go to featured, and it will be in there under Summer Crafter Box Edition.
How long, Michelle, will it be up? Because we do take it down.
Yes, it will only be up for probably another 3 days, and then we will take it down.
Okay, so if you didn't purchase the box, not too late, go ahead, make a purchase, but it's only going to be up for 3 more days, and then you'll have this video to look at. The video will last forever, so that's really good. Okay, so now that we have all of our supplies, let's go ahead, put our stickers to the side, and let's open our kit here. All right, gonna open this up, and okay, so here is our little wobbler that's kind of wobbling away from me, so we'll want to put that somewhere where we won't lose it. All right, and then again, we give you all an envelope, so we don't need our envelope, and then we have our cardstock and our 2 papers that we're using. So it's kind of fun to note that the paper part is very minimalistic compared to all the wonderful decorations you get by using the stickers. So I think that's kind of cool. All right, the pre-scored card is going to be the background, so let's go ahead, fold our pre-scored card. There we go. Okay, so this will be the white background of the card, and I believe we need now to cut our 2 papers here. So let's go to our instructions, and it does say trim black cardstock 4 by 5 1/4, and then trim the cloud paper 3. And see, here I go with my little too fast typing. That should be 3 3/4 by 5. So hopefully you didn't cut that yet, because that's what I do. I need to get someone to help me proofread. Sometimes I just go way too fast. So I'll have to try to get better. That'll be my mid-year resolution here. All right, so black paper. We are going to do 4 by 5 1/4. So 4, 5 1/4, There we go with that. And then here it's 3 3/4, and you want the clouds to go the right way. So 3 3/4, and it's by 5. What happens is, just so you know, and I'll have to figure out a different way, but the program I use puts those fractions in, and they're so tiny that I think I need new glasses because sometimes I can't read. So I'm gonna have to maybe either do the decimal part where it's, 4.25 or whatever, or do something a little different, because that is the reason that that happens, is I can't read. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead, put our black in here. So this is going to go in the center. Okay, there we go. And then right here, ooh, I like the other side of this paper. This is going to go in the center of the black. And make sure your clouds are the correct way. All right. There we go. And that's that. So now it looks like we have a bit right here of our sentiment, which is a sticker. So let's go ahead and locate that sticker, which is right here. It says hello. This on the side over there. Okay. And again, you can weed, which weeding means just taking the top and going like this to just kind of expose everything on the sheet, the parts that are usable, really. Okay, makes it a little bit easier to see. And then I'm going to come in, I'm going to take one of the words, hello. Now, sometimes you might find it hard to like maneuver, because they're kind of large. So what I do is I put it kind of on my tweezers like this, and then I'm able to just kind of come in and manipulate it a little better. So I think I want to kind of put it like this. And kind of just let it relax as you put it down. It's supposed to look a little bit wonky. Here is something that you may not know. This was one of my first stickers, and this is actually my handwriting at the time. So that was that sticker. This is my actual handwriting of the word hello. I know things have changed. Now I use the computer more on the sentiments, but I thought you might like to know. I actually wrote that out. Okay, it also looks, it's hard to see, but we have our border all the way around. So we're going to go ahead, get that border sticker. And when it comes to the border stickers, I kind of do either side or top bottom first, so that when I put the sides, in this case down, they'll be on the top of both the top and the bottom. I'll show you what I mean. So I did the bottom, now I'm going to do the top. It's kind of nice to have the straight edge too. Okay. Go. And now I'm going to do each side. Okay. So I'm going to start up here. So what I meant by now, the side is on the top here and on the top there. So that's kind of why I do that. Now this isn't long enough to do this side, but I'm going to show you a trick. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put this down, and it's going to stop about here. Now, do you remember in our first card we had some, and I put it on my silicone mat, and I'm going to see if this is long enough to finish. So all I have to do is match up that wave, and it is, and look at that. You didn't even know that I pieced two pieces together, and that's one wonderful way to never have any scraps. So now I've gone ahead and I've put my border all the way around, okay? So now we have these little dots again, and let's just go ahead and I'm going to use my dots. So I'm going to put a big one, I'm going to put it kind of here, and I'm going to put two smaller ones. Okay? That kind of gives it a little bit of extra in there. So now we've pretty much done everything here that we've had to do that doesn't require us going to our glitter. Now I am going to wait before I put the little kite things on, just because, well, maybe I won't wait. I'm going to take that back because we're not cutting out all our images. But if you're somebody who's not sure, you could wait to do this until you cut out the kite and just make sure they're placed the way you want them. But I'm just going to go ahead and do it with you. All right, so if you noticed on here, these are the kite strings, okay? If you noticed on here, none of them look like this. That's because I cut them, because I wanted to make a different design. And that's one of the most wonderful things about our outline stickers you can manipulate. Okay, so if you look at this, you're going to notice that I cut it right about there. So it's going to come up, come down, and trim. Okay. So when I do this, you're going to see how that is? Just like that. All right? So I'm going to come over here, and I'm just going to put that where I think it's going to go. Just like that. Okay? Now, the next part is coming up. So you kind of can choose how you want to manipulate. So it looks like what I did was I kind of trimmed this part off, and I kind of just put this down, and I went like this. Now when you put your bows down, it'll look curved, okay? So this is kind of how I did it, just so you know. All right. Now over here, I have more of a straight. So this one isn't going to work for us right now. So I'm going to put that aside. I'm going to go back, get another one of these off of our sticker sheet. And as you can see, I pretty much just used this one right here. So I'm going to cut this off. And I'm just going to have it kind of curve right above that H. Okay, and that's how we put down our little kite tails. And if you need to change them later, you probably can still pick them up if you haven't really burnished it down, and you'll be all good. All right, so now let's go to the glitter part of this card. So we're going to get our glitter paper. I'm going to put my scissors back, and I'm going to get my tweezers back so I don't lose them. All right, so here we are. We have 2 kites. And then of course you think I would get my tweezers, but I'll just do this. All right, so we're going to go up here. We're going to put our kite down. Okay, and we need a second kite. Okay, now we also need clouds. So it looks like we have on here 1, 2 small clouds, then we have 1 medium and 1 large. Okay, so do you see a small? Here's a small, here's a small. So I'm going to get those 2 smalls. And I'm going to try to put them to maximize my glitter paper. Since I'm trimming them out, I want to make sure I get the most out of all glitter paper. Okay, then I need a medium. Let's see. And I need a large. Okay. So, do you remember what our next step is, everybody? Oh, what am I missing? Somebody out there should be saying, Kara, you haven't put the bows. You're right, I didn't put the bows. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 bows. Okay. So here's 1. I could probably fit that in there, but for purposes of this video and coloring, I'll put it here, but you should really try to maximize your spaces. And then here's an instance where this solid came over. I just kind of took it away. There's 2. Oh, well, 1, 2, 3, and here's 4. Okay, perfect. Now the next step, hopefully you all remember this step, is to burnish. So we're going to go ahead and burnish. And yes, I know that there are hearts here, but I want to color first, just so you are aware. I am aware of that. Okay. All right. So now what we're going to do is we are going to pick our colors. So it looks like I have a purple, I have a turquoise, pink, and kind of a reddish color. All right, so let's look at our pinks, and we can do this 1.3. And we could do that with 1.5. Or yes, right here. So these 2 right here. And then we're going to do our turquoise, which I'm going to do B2.2 and BG 0.4. And we're going to do our red, which is going to be R 1.5, and I'm going to do this R 0.2. And then for last, the purple. It's kind of a darker purple, so I think we'll go with BB 2.6, and I'm going to do this BB 2.3. Okay, so that is everything I need for my kites right here. That's a lot of colors, but I think it's going to look really nice. Now for the ties, we're going to want our yellow. So yellow is a hard color sometimes to blend because you don't always see the light dark on the yellow. So I am going to use this Y2.3. I'm not sure I'm going to blend today. I'm just going to make them yellow. Okay, so I'm not going to use another yellow. And then for the clouds, we are going to use this 2.2, and we're going to use something called 0. 0 has no color in it, so it's going to blend the blue into the glitter. Okay? So now we have all our colors. That is a lot of colors. So let's go ahead, start coloring our kite. So we're going to start with the pink. So we do want a light dark. So I'm going to use this 1.5. And I'm going to come in and I'm going to shadow where I want to shadow. So I'm going to pretty much just shadow on the outside here. And I'm going to come in with my RV 1.3, and I'm just going to pick up at the end there. There it is. Now you should always let something dry before you you play with it, because sometimes when it dries, whoops, I was supposed to do this side, so I'm going to do 2 kites the same. In my example, I kind of switched the sides, but I was talking and not paying attention. We're going to do 2 the same. All right, dark, but you do need to let something dry because it does turn a little bit different color from it being wet. Okay, so now we got our pinks, and I think those look really nice. If you have a line between your dark and your light, you have to come in with your lighter color and put a little pressure on that line to get rid of it, okay? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, put my caps back on, and I'm just going to put these away while I have it here. Okay, so now let's do our blue. And we're going to come in with our darker blue, which is this BG 0.4. Do the same thing. We're going to make the dark kind of the outside line. And I'm going to come in here. I'm just going to do a twofer real fast. Perfect. And then I want to make sure I get rid of these lines. So I'm going to take my B 2.2. And I'm just going to go on that line with a little pressure, and then I'll just kind of color it in. That's how you get rid of that harsh line. So just kind of use a little pressure on the line and then color it in. All right. I think that's looking very good. Now we're going to keep our B 2.2 out because we're going to use that for the cloud, so we'll put away our other blue, and then we have red. Okay, so the red here, I think I'm going to mix, well no, I'm going to put the red here. So this is our 1.5. The reason I was thinking of changing is there's a lot of red in pink. I was thinking put it on the other side, but I don't want to mix anybody up. So now I'm using my R 0.2. And I'm just kind of filling that in. It is so easy to shade on our glitter paper. So if you have struggled on cardstock, this glitter paper is like magic. It's really nice. Okay, so we have one color left, which is the purple, and this one is BB 2.6. And I think this is such a pretty combination. It's very upbeat, very happy. And we're going to go in with our lighter color, BB 2.3. Kind of a blue purple, not a violet purple. Okay. Very good. Okay, we got our kites done. That is wonderful. Now let's go ahead, and we talked about coloring our bows without doing any blending. So I'm just going to come in and color with my Y 2.3. This is my favorite yellow. I love this one. Now Olo is coming out with some 96 new colors. We're waiting for them to give us the full palette, and we'll be picking and making 2 more expo sets with those 96. So we're going to pick out of the 96 and make 2 more expo sets. But we're just waiting. I don't think they'll be released till the fall. Okay, there's our little kites. Now remember I told you we're going to use this B2.2 to kind of put a little color here on our clouds. But remember I use this right here, so I want to make sure I don't have any dark blue on there, so I'm kind of cleaning the tip. And now I'm going to come in and I'm just going to add very little where I want a shadow. Then I'm going to come in with my 0 and I'm going to just come, just like I would if I was blending, I'm going to come along at the edge here and blend that right into the white. And there you go. Look how nice that cloud looks, okay? And then I'm going to make sure, and always with the 0, tap off to make sure you have none of that other color on here. You always want it to be clear, okay? So I'm going to continue to do that on all of these. And again, where you want to put the blue is completely up to you. I just kind of pick a few spots. I think it just looks better than having nothing. It kind of gives it a little bit of dimension. Okay, and then we're going to come in here. Right here. And we're just going to do the bigger one. You could probably see it a little better when you do this on a bigger one. A bigger one being a bigger cloud. Okay, there we go with that. Clean, clean, clean. Oh, these are looking great. One more cloud. Oops, I think I put a little bit on the bottom here. Okay, and just kind of blend that in. So this blender, this 0, is called a blending tool, but it's really an eraser tool, so it kind of erases the color, okay? And then I want to tap that off. There we go. Perfect. Now, we do have a wobble to put on. So to put the wobble on, I'm going to go ahead and trim one of my kites out so we could do that together. So I'm going to take my kite here. I'm going to follow the black line, outline. I like that it's an easy trim. Okay. Put that out of the way there. Put this back in here. Okay, so as you can see, I really didn't trim that well on this side, so I'm going to just trim this off. And then do you remember me telling you about that trick with the black? So let me find my black. Here, it's dark gray. What happened to my black? Okay, here's a black right here. Okay, so black is K. Just so you know, I don't know what K stands for. All right, if you know what K stands for, let me know, but it's really black. So I'm going to hold this like this. I'm going to go around with my black marker because I don't want to see any of that white paper core. There, now it's perfect. Okay, all right, so this is actually going to wobble and it's going to go here. So we're going to do the wobble together. So we have our little wobble right here, and how this works is there is an adhesive here, a protective layer, and there's one here. So the first thing we're going to do is I like to put this part right here on the back of my image. So I'm going to turn this over, and just so that you know, I fairly put this in the center. So I did put it like right in the center here. I found it easier to use my tweezers when I did this, but if for some reason you take this protective layer off and the tape comes off too, just use your adhesive, okay? So you take this off, and you should now feel a tackiness. So then you're just going to go ahead, put that right on there. So now it's stuck, and now you need to take this side off. And again, I'm trying to be careful because when I first did it, I did take it off, the protective layer. I think this is the hardest part. I thought there was a protective layer on here. Maybe I'm wrong. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cheat. Okay. So I just put my adhesive on there. Okay. So it's going to wobble. And I'm just going to stick it where I want it. Press it down. And now look at that. You have a wobble. Just like this one. And just because I want to show you how I put that heart on, let's go back to our stickers. And what I did was I took the inside heart, so not the outline, the negative, and I went ahead and I just put that on there. Okay? Look at that. So when you finish cutting out the rest of your colored images, you're going to have a card that looks like this. And I just think it's so cute. It has the wobble feature. It'll really wow whoever you give this to. And I think you're going to really enjoy this as one of our fun summer cards. All right, so that is card number 2. So I believe next up, because we're going to get right into it, is this cute little watermelon gnome. And so we're going to look for our stickers, all right? So the first thing we need, again, will be our border sticker. And it looks like we're going to need the watermelon gnome girl. So let's go back in here and look for that, and here she is right here. And on the sticker itself it says "You are sweet," so we don't need a sentiment. And we are going to need, once again, our little dots. So these are the 3 stickers we are going to need. And let's find our kit. So I have to go to our box, and we're going to look for this kit, and I'm thinking it's right in here, so we will double check. So in the kit, you're looking for the kit that has this green cardstock, the beautiful paint green plaid paper, the gingham, and white cardstock with a pre-scored card and envelope. Okay, so that is the kit you're looking for. I'll let you get that together as I organize myself, and we'll get started. Okay. How's everyone doing out there? Give Michelle a hello. If you have any questions, please let her know. She is manning the station over there, and we're excited to be back. Okay, So let's look at our instructions and see what we're in for. We're on page 2. So this one does have a diagram here. So I just want to point out that we'll be cutting our paper a little differently. So we tried to give you some idea of how this is going to be cut. Okay, so a ruler will definitely come in handy. All right, so it says we're going to trim our green cardstock 4 1/4 by 5 1/2, which happens to be the size of the pre-scored card. So in this case, the pre-scored card will not be used as our base. We'll be folding it and then adhering the green paper directly on it, but we're going to do that last, okay? So I'm going to put that aside for now, and we're also not going to be using our envelope. I'm going to take that out of the way. Okay, so then it says to trim the white cardstock. We're going to be trimming this to 4 by 5 1/4. And just so you know, this is going to be our base that we put the other papers on. So if you look at the card, this is the white cardstock right here. Then we're going to trim the pink plaid paper 3 by 4 1/2. And then this is how we are going to be cutting this one, and then we'll be trimming the green gingham paper. Okay, so let's get started. I'm going to put our stickers to the side, and we're going to get started. So I think this girl and the papers are so cute because to me it looks so summery. I just love that one. All right, so our green paper needs to be 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. And guess what? It already is. So we do not have to trim this one at all. Okay? Now, our white paper was supposed to be, I believe, 4 by 5 if that says 1/2 again, it's that same problem with that computer. So let's do 4 by 5 1/4. I'm telling you, my eyes, I need new glasses. It really is what's happening. I can't read the fractions on the program. They're very small. Okay, so I did this one 4 by 5 1/4, not 5 1/2, okay? Because I do want to see the green on the bottom and top. All right. So now we're going to trim the pink plaid paper 3 inches wide by 4 1/2. See, I mean, I'm struggling reading that. I'm sorry. 4 1/2. Okay. 3 inches. So basically from here to here will be 3 inches. So let's just double check. And it is 3 inches. So that is correct. So we're going to go 3 inches. And you can choose the other side of the paper if you like. I just really like this side for this project. So. All right, and then I already forgot the other side, 4 1/2. And again, it's going to be 4 1/2 because you see how it just comes to there. So I'm just kind of walking you through. This is a different type of card, so that is correct. And I think it's kind of a fun card. All right, so this is the piece we're going to use right here. Okay, so we'll put that aside. And then we have our gingham. And the gingham says to cut it 4 by 4 because basically you're going to go ahead and you're going to be putting it in this section here. So you need it to at least come down 4, which it will, and 4 across, which it will. So 4 by 4, we're going to be trimming some of that off with our scissors. So let's just go ahead, cut this. You could even keep it at 4 1/4 if you really wanted to, but I'm going to follow the instructions and do 4 by 4. Okay. Now we are going to have to trim one more time this piece. So according to the instructions in your diagram right here, we need to mark over 1 inch. Okay, so I have a little pen here, and I'm going to come in and I'm going to look for 1 inch, and I'm going to mark that right there. Okay. Then I'm going to mark this at 2 3/4. So 2 3/4. And that's the 2 marks that are the most important. So I'm going to put my trimmer in, and I'm going to make an angle. And if you have a little bit of pen, it's really not going to matter because we're going to be putting a border on it. And I'm going to trim that so that it looks like this. Then if you further look at the angle, we're going to go from this lower left corner up to that 2 3/4. So your paper now looks like that. Okay, that should be all the cutting that we have to do. So let's start making our card. So this white normally would go right in there, but we don't want to quite do that yet because we have some trimming of paper. So basically this one is going to go there, and then we are going to be putting this one like that and trimming off the excess. Okay? So let's go ahead. Oh, I like to use my little mat here. Okay. And we're going to put this matching the top and the side. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to put our gingham so that this line right here would continue. And it kind of goes along this right here. Okay, so if it's a little off, that's okay because we're going to put a border up there, so you're really not going to see that, and you could correct anything. I'm actually going to put my tape on here. This is why I like this silicone mat, because I could go off and look, there is absolutely no adhesive on there. Okay, I'm going to go like this. There I go. And then I'm going to turn it over and I'm going to trim. Now you could either use your trimmer or your scissors. So I think I'm just going to use my scissors. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that a cool card? I just love how that is. And now we can go ahead and put this right in here. And yes, this is a little bit off, but I think it makes it kind of cool. I mean, in terms of it's not straight up and down, but that's how it turns out. Okay, so we're going to go in here. Okay, just put it up a little bit. There we go. And now it's time to decorate with our border sticker. So I'm going to go ahead, grab the border sticker. Just a minute, I'm putting my ruler away. Otherwise, I don't know about you guys, but I have things everywhere. If I don't put them away, they're all over my table. Okay, so here's the border sticker, and we're going to go ahead and decorate the seams of the paper. And this is where, if you're a little bit off, you could kind of make your border go straight and no one would know. Okay. So I'm just gonna fix it a little bit. There, perfect. Okay, so now I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna trim this off. And then I don't think I quite have enough. I'm gonna try. See if I can make it work. Oh, look at that. So what I think I'd rather do though is start at the straight edge here. Kind of match that up. And then we are going to, there we go. All right. Now, it looks like we have some of these gems up here, but they're green. Why are they green? If you did not know, you can take these and alter the color by using your alcohol ink markers. So I'm going to get a really green, which is 1.7 or 1.8, and color with that. Let's see here if I can find it. There it is. Okay. So this has 1.8, this has 1.7. I'm going to try the 1.7 first, and look at that. If you color right on it, you can get that color. If that's not a color that you liked, maybe I want more of an olive color, so I could try this YG 8.7, see if I like that better. Yeah, I kind of do like the olive. So I think I'll do the YG 8.7, and I'm going to color 2 small, 1 large. Now these take a moment to dry. You still see the holographic through the color, which I think is very cool. And so you don't want to touch it right away. Just give it a moment. And then when you're ready, just kind of go in, put it down. Now you could keep them silver. Okay. All right, there's that. Now we need to find our girl sticker, our watermelon girl. And we're going to go ahead, and the sentiment is on this. So in order for you to see it, I'll weed this. Now when you weed, you want to go a little bit slow, just to make sure if there's a lot of detail on here that you're not picking up something that wasn't garbage. But overall, it works, I'd say 99.9% of the time. So there it is. You can always take a look and see if you see anything that should have come over. Like I see one flower right here, so I'll put it on here. Other than that, it came out really good. So I'm going to trash that. All right, so the sentiment, you are so sweet. So you are so sweet. So we're going to start with the sweet because it seems to be in the lower corner. Sweet. So Now, if you're somebody who struggles, like your words are not straight, you could put a little pencil mark and then erase it. Or if you have an erasable pen, you could do that. I just kind of eyeball it. Okay, so you are so sweet. So that's perfect. And then it looks like we have a couple butterflies. So I'm going to go ahead and put this one up here. And I'm going to put another one over this way. Okay. Now it looks like we're going to have a flower and a watermelon here. So I'm going to press this down. And I want you to notice that this little part of the sew is in here. So I am scraping. I am not trying to tweezer and pick it up. I'm scraping it off. And by scraping it on the paper, it came right off, okay? All right, so now all that's left to make this card is the glitter image. So let's go ahead, get our glitter paper and color. Okay, here's our glitter paper, and we want the watermelon girl. So we're gonna, you could start by picking her up anywhere. Maybe I'll start on the bottom. You just want the outline image. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead, and I love that she's all together. And then we're just going to put her down on our paper. Now notice when I do this, that watermelon part really kind of just goes right back into place. And I'm just going to let it fall. And there she is. Now she's missing her little smile. So what I like to do, sometimes I can't find it and pick it out. So I pick out this part, which is the negative, and it allows me to go in here and get that smile really easily. Okay, so there we go. Okay, now we also need a watermelon, and I believe all of these are the same size, so it doesn't matter which one you get. And I think the watermelon would fit really nice right here. And then we need a flower, and it's a smaller flower, so I'm going to get this one right there. Now you may think it's only one flower, and it is, but if you're somebody, this watermelon girl is popped up, and if you want to do another flower and pop up a flower on a flower, you can, but since I already popped up once, I didn't do that, okay? All right, now we are missing the inside seeds. So remember, this is the watermelon that I took, and I told you to get those itty bitty pieces. I remove a negative that I'm not going to use, and it exposes my seeds. I kind of put one finger down, and then I just am able to pick them up with these great tweezers that we sell here. I love these tweezers. If you have these tweezers, give us a shout out. Okay. And there, I have my seeds. So everything is good now, and we are ready to color. Now, I'm sure you know by now what my next step is going to be. We are going to brayer this. And we particularly want to make sure that we don't get a lot of different colors mixed in, particularly with her face. If you're interested in these brayers, I believe they're online. If not, I'll check after this, but they are a great tool to have. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and pick some of our colors. So I like to kind of get the face done first. So for the face, I tend to do a little bit of shading. So I use, I believe it's called OR 1.1, no, wait, here it is, OR 1.1. And then I like to use the 4.2. So for the skin, my favorites are OR 1.1 and OR 4.2. And you can find these in some of our expo sets. Now I believe one of the sets has OR 1.1 and 3.2. You could get away with the 3.2 as the shading. All right, I'm going to start with the lighter color. And I'm going to color her face. And yes, you could color over the mouth, the smile. Do this. Okay. And then I'm going to go in, and I did not close my cap because I'm going to have to use that color again. So this is my 4.2, and I'm just going to add a little bit of shading where I want, not a lot. And that's all I'm doing with this one. And now I'm going to go back to this 1.1 and just blend that line. Easy. Okay. Now it looks a little orangey, but like I told you before, when things dry, they look a little different. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the hair. So you could do the hair any color that you would like to. I am going to go in with my new favorite combo, which is 4.3, 04.3, and 04.6. So my hair is going to actually be a little bit darker than in the original picture, only because I love this combo. Okay, so I'm starting with my 4.6, which is the darker, and I'm just going to put a little bit. Okay, and I'm going to do both sides. Most of the time you should kind of be careful to just do a little bit at a time because you want the best blending, but because it's not a lot, I'm just going to do that. Now the other side of this pen has my 4.3, so I'm going to come in and I'm just going to go ahead and blend that line out. There we go. Blend the line out. Okay, perfect. That looks so cute. All right, so I'm going to put my markers, the caps back on. We got that part done. Let's go ahead and do the shoes. So the shoes are kind of a dark gray. So I'm going to kind of use my cool gray, which I have a 9 and a 7. Okay, so you could put black if you wanted, but I just want to put a darker gray. It's going to look black. Okay, and I'm just shading a little bit. Okay, there you go. And now we're into coloring all the other elements. So let's go to our watermelon. So if we look at our watermelon, we're kind of using the more lime colors, which I define as YG 2.1 and YG 2.5. And we're also going to have the YG 8.5 and 8.7. So these are all kind of the olivey colors to me. So I just really, really like these colors. So that's what I'm going to be using here. So I want to just start with the YG 2.5. And even though it's a lighter color, I don't want to get too dark. So I'm going to go ahead and put my light in first. Okay, there we go with that. And then if I want to add a little bit of shading, instead of going to the dark YG 8.7, I'm going to try this YG 8.5, which is just one level down. Because I don't want it to be too dark. I want it to be a happy line. Okay. Now since we did those colors, let's do the small watermelon too. So the 2.5, add a little bit of dark, YG 8.5, and there we go. Okay? Now, where else do we see green? We see it in between here, but I think we'll do that after we do our other coloring. Okay. All right, so now we need to find the pink. So for this watermelon, I think I'm going to use RV 0.2 and RV 0.4 to find it. Boy, I gotta tell you, I really need to think about getting some glasses here. So let me hold this up, and here it is. All right, so we have RV 0.4 and RV 0.2. Okay, so again, I don't want to go too dark, so I'm going to start with my lighter color, and I'm just going to kind of get it in here. So usually I say dark to light, but in this case, I really want my image to be really light. So I don't want to start with the dark because I only want a little bit of this dark, very minimum. So I'm just going to put a little bit in here. And just kind of have it go in between those seeds. Maybe I'll just do a little bit here. And then I'll come in, just get that in there. And I think that looks really good. Okay, now if I wanted it even lighter, I could try going a little bit in with this 0, but you have to be very careful when you do this because it does erase the color, so you don't want too much. But maybe I just want a little whiter shadow right there, so I just did that. Don't forget to clean off the tip. Okay, now it looks like also we want her hair ties, and we have this watermelon as well. So let's go ahead. I have my 0.2. Okay, and I'm just going to put a little bit of this here. And there we go with that. Add a dot or two of the darker color. Okay, and then here we go. Very good. Okay, so the only other pink that we have is we have our little flower, this flower on the hat, and a couple flowers in here. So let's go ahead and do that. Same way, let's start with our light. And it doesn't matter if we go outside the lines on something we're going to cut out, because we're going to cut it out. So I'm just going to kind of define this. There's that right there. And then we have a flower right here. Okay, so we got those two done. And if we want to add a little bit of the dark, I'm just going to add a little bit in here. And finish with the light. Okay, so now that we've kind of done all that, we have those flowers done. And I think we have finished with our pinks, so we can now put our pinks together and out of the way. Now, you have a choice to make on these little seeds. You can color them with the black, or you could bring back over the negatives. So we're going to color with the black. So if you remember, black was K, and you just want to dot it. Okay, so be very careful with that black. So there we go. Wow, this is starting to look so good. I'm so excited. All right, so now we have her top, and the outside of this flower is blue. So let's make our way up. And again, that's almost too small of an area to really try to blend. So I think we're just going to use our BG 0.4 and just add some color here. If you like the B2.2, you could do that. But sometimes you just don't have to shade. Okay. So we got the girl done from here up, so now we're going to work on these flowers in here. Oops, I missed a pink one. I wonder if anyone out there was telling me, Kara, you missed a pink one, because I see that now. So let's go ahead and get that one done. Okay. All right, I don't think I'll shade up that one. Now this right here is violet, so I'm going to use this V 2.4. Again, not worrying about too much of the shading and blending. I just think having the different colors is so much fun. So we're going to do that one. We're going to do this one right here. Okay. And then it looks like we need yellow. And what's my favorite yellow? That's right, Y2.3. So we'll go ahead, put yellow in. This particular image kind of reminds me of a mandala because it has so many little parts. I just think it's so cute. Have any of you done anything with this image? Because I think it's darling. Okay, if we look now, I think we have everything colored except for the center of our flowers. So originally I put those as black, but why don't we try the yellow? Oops. A little bit of yellow in there. Yellow, 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 yellow. Okay, one of my yellows started to bleed. If that ever happens to you, just stick a piece of paper over it, let it dry for a minute, and then I could color. But because we're using outline stickers, it's never a problem if that should happen. So sometimes the flow, like I told you, it doesn't happen very often, but if it does, just stick a paper towel or a napkin or a paper over that. And it's perfectly good. Okay, let's use this YG 2.5 to now color in our hat. And sometimes if I open it too much, that's what happens. But our glitter is very forgiving. Look how pretty this looks. Maybe I'll put that a green one. Maybe I like the green center. So green is very complementary with yellow. So I'm just kind of doing that. Look how cute. I love it. All right. So now that we have all that, I'm going to go back with that purple for where that color kind of bled a little bit. And I'm just going to add a little bit of purple back. There we go. A little darker now. Okay, and now everything is perfect as it should be, and all we have to do now to finish this card is, I'm asking you guys out there, and I hear you all telling me, we need to cut it out. So yes, you need to trim it, and then once you trim, just follow along here, use your black pen, and then you're going to put it on the card just like this one right here, and it's going to look beautiful. Now I did use a pop dot dimensional to pop dot the girl, and everything else here is flat. Alrighty, so that was card number 3. I hope you had fun with that one. I thought it was fun to color. Alright, so going to our instructions, our next one up is going to be oh, I want to remind you, once you're done with this, you are going to adhere it to your card so that it's on the card base, okay? Alright, so like I was just saying, the next one up is our hummingbird. So, this is a shaker card. I love shaker cards. Look how fun that is. So we're going to make our shaker card, and then after this card we will take a little break. So let's find the stickers that we need. We need our border sticker. We need our hummingbird sticker. Where's our hummingbird? Here it is. And it looks like the sentiment is in the hummingbird, so we're all good. And of course we are going to need our dots. So our dots and our borders have been a common theme throughout. All right, so now we're going to look for our kit, which should be fairly easy to recognize because it has the shaker pieces right on top, and that's what we need. So kit, your hummingbird, your border, your dots. Okay, so we'll put our stickers to the side. If your sticker is in a package, let's take it out and we'll be all ready. Okay, so let's see what we have to do to make this card. Okay. So we have our white cardstock, we have a pattern paper, we have an envelope which we don't need to use, and we have our pre-scored card. Okay. So it looks like what we're basically going to do is put everything on our white cardstock, and then it can go on the card, or if you want to save the white cardstock, you can go ahead and build on your pre-scored card. But I'm going to build on my white cardstock. Okay. Put my elements there. Here's my white cardstock. And it looks like we're only going to have to cut this piece right here. Now, one thing I do want to point out is we will be cutting some pieces to match the background. So when you make a shaker card, you don't see all the way through to the end. It's on a piece of chipboard. So we're going to have to make sure that when we cut, we will also be cutting for the chipboard piece. Okay, so you'll see what I mean as we proceed. So let's get our cutter. And let's read our instructions. So it says to trim. Well, again, they were going to go ahead. Oh, I see now, Kara. This white cardstock is for the little banner, so we are going to be putting it on the pre-scored card. So make sure you get your pre-scored card. That's why it's good we have instructions, right? Yay. Okay, so here's our card. This is what it's going to go on. This is our white background. This will be cutting for the sentiment. All right, perfect. So we're going to cut our plaid pattern paper 4x2. Okay, so 4x2, and the next one will be 4x3 1/4. So let's go ahead and cut this at 4. So the plaid paper, now I need 4x2. And there's that. Okay, so our next piece is going to be the blue damask, which happens to be the back of this. So we're already at 4, and we need 3 1/4. So now we have our plaid and our damask, okay? So we have both of those. So now we are going to trim a 1x1 paper square. Okay, so let's go in here. We need to go ahead and trim at 1 inch by 1 inch. And in order to make the photo corners, which are at the top of this card right here, we're now going to trim these at an angle. To make 2 photo corners. Okay, so now we have 2 triangles here. All right. Then, as we keep going down, we're going to trim the white cardstock 3 1/2 by 3/4. So I want to double check for all of you that I read those fractions right. So it is 3 1/2 by 3/4. Perfect. So let's go ahead and do the 3/4 first. Now, if you're not familiar with this particular trimmer, there are measurements on this side as well, so I find it helpful at times to use that side. So if you're wondering why you don't see me putting the paper all the way over, it's because I'm using this side. So again, this is 3 1/2 by 3/4. Okay, and that will be our tag down here. And then we have to cut, as I was telling you, for the chipboard, the damask is 2 1/4 wide by 2 1/4 high, and the plaid is, oh, excuse me, that's 2 1/2. I'm telling you, I need a magnifying glass. 2 1/2 by 2 1/2, I think, and then 2 1/2 by 3/4. Oh boy. I'm going to go this way, 2 1/2. Basically, you can see, yep, that this will be a good way. So 2 1/2. And I think one was 2 1/2. And I'm just going to use this part for the, or this part will be the damask, this part will be the plaid. And I have an extra piece because we will be matching it, so I'm going to keep these handy in case I need them. Okay, we've cut. Yay! So here are our pieces. So make sure your card is opening the correct way with the opening on the right. And then we're going to go ahead and basically we're going to put down our damask. Let's see, however you want it to go. And then our plaid is going to go on the bottom. Okay, so let's go ahead, get our pieces and start. I think this paper is so beautiful. It's just gorgeous. Some of my favorite colors in here. They go well together. All right. And here we go. This. Now, I'm kind of pushing it down a little because I know a border is going to go there, so I'm just kind of making it the way I want it. I know that this is going to be covered. Okay. Right. Okay, and then let's go ahead and put our photo corners. Did I already lose one of mine? Oh, I see it. It's under there. Okay, I'll put this up here. And the other one is hiding under here. Oops, there we go. And then our next step is going to be taking our border sticker and we're going to go ahead and peel this. Okay, so we'll peel, let's see here. Okay. I had two together, so I'm going to separate them. And I'm going to put one right here across the seam. And again, I had that open only because I wanted to space my papers the way I did. You could put yours tight together. I just was correcting how I cut a little bit. And I'm going to trim this excess right here. Okay. And then I am going to put the borders on these cute little photo corners. You know, you don't often think of white as a good border, but look how much we're getting done with the white. And just like the silver, if I wanted to, I could alter the color by using my marker. So if I really wanted the white to be purple, I could do that. But I really like the white. Okay, so I got one photo corner. I'm coming in for the next one. There we go. Ah, stay down. Okay. There we go. All right, there's the basis of our card. And I didn't use this border, so I'm going to put it back on my border sheet. So where you peeled, you could go ahead and put your border sticker back, and that'll work out really good. Okay? All right, so now we can go ahead and let's put 3 of our dots right here. So we're going to come in. Again, if you want to make them a different color, I'm going to keep mine silver, but you could color them. We've done that, so we know how that works. But I'm going to go ahead, come in. I'm just going to put this, start it maybe right here. 1. I do tend to do a lot of my things in odd numbers. I just think that is more appealing. Sometimes I'll throw in an even number, but 3 dots, not 4.
Penny has a question about the scissors you are using. Do we sell them? Unfortunately, we do not sell these, and Kara's going to tell you why.
Yes, hi Penny, thank you for your question. So these scissors are my favorite. They are the old Tim Holtz fussy scissors. They're 5-inch. He no longer sells these, and Michelle and I have looked high and low for anything similar. He does have his, what do you call that, Michelle? Starts with an H. Hatchaberry or something, but they are not the same. This part is not the same, and they come in a metal case, but we just don't find them to be as good. So we will be carrying his 7-inch ones, which are actually more my favorite than the 5-inch because I have bigger hands, but I didn't bring those in today. So
those
look for the 7-inch.
Those ones have bigger handles right here.
Yes, so we will be carrying scissors on our website. Thank you for that question, Penny. Okay, so we put our 3 dots there, and now it's time to go ahead and put our sentiment down. Okay, so this is on our sticker sheet, and I'm going to go ahead and do that weeding again. I think it just makes it easier for all of you to see exactly what I am doing. And maybe this has become something that you just absolutely love doing now because you could see better and pick up things better. I know it's one of my favorites. Okay, so now I'm going to get rid of these little pieces just so they're out of our way. Anybody have this silicone mat? Are you loving it? If you do, let Michelle know. Okay, so sending birthday wishes. Again, because birthday wishes is way over here, I'm going to start with that. So I'm going to start with the word wishes. And I'm not going to worry if there's some insides in here because, as I told you before, I take them out last. Okay, there's wishes. I'm going to bring over birthday. And to get a little bit of control, I'm going to put my tweezers kind of in the center of that word. Birthday. Okay, I think my B is a little down, so I'll just move it up a little. There we go. Okay. Now, what I mean is I'm going to come in and scrape. Again, I'm scraping. Now, I should show you another tool that we are introducing right now at the expos, and it is called a weeding tool. So it's not a pen. It looks pretty like a pen, but it has rose gold, but it's a weeding tool. It's very, very fine. I don't think you could see how fine the tip is, but it also really helps getting these little pieces out. And they come in blue and this silver. We have a few gold as well. So these are just great little tools. As you can see, it's really taking all the pieces up. Really nice. And it's called a weeding tool. So if you're going to be seeing us at an expo, look for that for a purchase. They aren't that expensive. I can't remember the exact price, but I know they're under $10. Okay, now I'm just going to go in and lift up that one piece. And plus, who doesn't like glittery things, right? It looks like a glitter pen. All right, there's that. Okay, and then we want the word sending. Okay, now we are going to make a banner end, and if you find that your 3.5 is a little long, which I do, I'm going to just trim off a little bit, and then I'm going to come in I'm going to make a cut down the center here, and I'm going to go from one corner up to the top and then back down like that. And that's how I make a banner, and it really works for me, I'd say 99% of the time. Okay, now remember when I told you that if you want to have a highlight on your paper, I did go ahead and I'm going to use my B2.2 to give a little blue distressing along the white. So I have my blue marker coming out. I just really like that look. Okay, let me see a part that needs to come off. And there's that. And it doesn't have to be perfect. When you ink around, it's never perfect. So don't you people that like perfection worry about it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead, put this on the bottom of the card. Okay. There we go. And I think that is everything but the shaker. So wasn't that kind of fun to do? So you'll want to keep this part handy because when we do our chipboard, you'll see why. All right. And the chipboard is the part of the shaker. So let's go ahead and make our shaker, shall we? So I'm going to put this aside for right now and this aside. Get this out of the way so it's not bothering you guys. Okay. So our shaker has 4 pieces in it. So we want to go ahead and open this up. And we have the paper piece. We have our acetate. We have a foam, and we have the chip. Now don't worry if this looks dirty. One side of it has a protective film, so that part might be the one coming off. So don't freak out. Okay, this is our new size Polaroid now. It's smaller than what we used to have, and we really like this size because it's a little bit more manageable in terms of making it a shaker. So what we're going to do first is the 2 cut pieces are going to go here on the chipboard. But the thing that you have to pay attention to is we want these pieces here to mimic this. So if we place this kind of on our card, we want to get an idea and make sure that our pattern and our damask are going to somewhat line up. So I would have to put my shaker down there, or I would move this down more. Do you see what I'm saying? If I want my shaker to be a little larger. So you want to be able to adhere your papers so it's going to look fairly even when you put your shaker on the card. And don't worry if it's not exact on the sides. That foam piece is going to go over it, okay? All right, so now that I feel it's fairly lined up, if you look in here, I did put the white border. So we want a white border again. So I'm going to come in, I'm just going to cut a piece of this border. And I want the scallops to face up. So I'm going to go just like that. And make sure this is really down. You don't want any of your elements to get under it. So I'm probably going to use my brayer. Okay. All right, now that we have that, it's time to put the foam part on. So this is the foam part of the shaker. You are going to put adhesive on both sides, so it doesn't matter which side. I'm going to use my dot roller. If you use wet glue, make sure you're very careful not to get glue on this inside area, and same with the dot roller, because you don't want any of the elements to stick to that. Now this is going to match up exactly. So there we go. Okay. Now it's time to add our sprinkles. So you may have blue, you may have pink, I don't know what colors Michelle and Lorelei gave out, but whatever color you got, stick it on in. Stick as many or as little as you want. I'm putting the whole ball of wax in here. Okay. Now let's go ahead and put our adhesive on top of this foam. Be very careful not to pick up any of your inside elements. This is where your acetate is going to go. Okay. Now your acetate. One side of this has a protective layer. It's hard to know which side it is, so I put it flat on the table. I will either use my weeding pen or my tweezers to try to poke. This is just sliding off, so I suspect it's on the other side. So I'm going to go ahead, poke this side, and lo and behold, it was. And I'm going to take that protective layer all the way off. So again, it's only on one side. If you don't see it coming off on the one side, turn it over and try the other side. Now before I put this on here, I would take a microfine cloth, or in my case I'm going to use my pans, and I'm going to rub both sides of the acetate so that I can eliminate some of the static cling. Now if you don't, you might get your sequins having that cling, and I do both sides because I don't want to remember which side did I rub. So by doing both, I don't have to think about it. And now we're going to put this on top of your foam. Okay. And the last component, look at both sides of your paper die, decide if there's a preferable side. If there isn't, or if there is, go ahead, put your adhesive on it, and it's going to go right on top of that acetate as a finishing touch. And you have now made a Krazy Kreations shaker element. Yay, shake, shake, shake. There we go. Isn't that cute? Okay. All right, now that we've done that, our very last step will be to put the shaker on here. What we want to do first is, what I would do is I would first decorate my shaker and then put it on the card. But because today we're not cutting out our images, I'm going to go ahead and put it on my card. It doesn't really matter if you do it first or second, but I'm just telling you I prefer to decorate my shaker before I put it on. But you could do it either way. So I'm going to go ahead, and remember, we kind of use the paper to figure out where we want it. So I'm making it so I could see my plaid paper. There's that. Okay. And then it looks like we do have some musical notes, so we again can do that now or later, but I'm going to do it now because we're doing a video together, and we can just put these on here and decorate right on top of the acetate. So now we're at the coloring part. So look at our card. Look how easy that was to make this card. And we just need to add our glittery hummingbird and flowers. So let's go ahead, get our glitter paper back right here. And our hummingbird. So here's the sticker. Now the really nice part of this is these flowers are already hooked together. So we're not putting all the flowers together, it's all one piece. I think that's kind of nice. We'll go ahead and maybe stick these right up here. And then we are going to use these extra little leaves as fillers, so we'll want to get a couple leaves. So what you'll notice on here is this is the original sticker. I have a leaf set here and a leaf set here to just make sure it goes all the way across. So I'm actually using two. And then we need our hummingbird. Okay. I think this hummingbird is a fan favorite. We really sell a lot of this hummingbird. It's very cute. Trying to see the best way to angle it. I'll let you guys figure it out. You could probably get a better placement than me, but I want to kind of be upright for my coloring for the video. But there's a whole bunch of glitter paper in there that could be used. Okay, now before I color, I do want to point out that this right here is a solid piece. So when you are trimming out your hummingbird, you'll be trimming along. Then what I would suggest you do is lift this part up and trim underneath, and then let this part go back down. Okay, so don't try to fussy cut that, just lift it up and put it back down. Okay, that's how I would do it. All right, so let's get our burnishing, and because I am going to lift that up when I cut it out, I'm not going to go over it too much with my roller. Okay. Very good. All right. Now let's go ahead and do our leaves because that's a somewhat easy one to do. And again, I'm going to use this YG 8.7 as my dark and YG 2.5 as my light. So we're going to start with the dark. We're going to come in. And wherever you want that dark, I tend to go up the vein. Then I'm going to come in with my light and work that dark out. Just kind of blend it in. And don't forget, you want a little bit of shadow to show. Purpose of blending. Okay, then we'll come in and do the leaves up here. And we'll get this. Okay, and I think that's all the green, so I'm going to go ahead and put this back. Right, and now we have purple flowers. So for that purple, I'm going to use the newer colors that we added, which was BV 1.7 and BV 1.5. 0.4. I think I may even have a lighter color. Let me just check. Let's see here. Now that's 4.4 and 4.7. Here it is. I think I'm going to use this. So we're going to go with BV 1.7 and BV 1.1. All right. So 0.7 will be our darker color. 0.1 will be our lighter color. I think purple has just become one of my new favorite colors. So I'm just kind of spotting in. I'm actually almost doing a dot method where I want my shading. I am not somebody who thinks long and hard about shading. We could do a whole shading video one day, but today it's just about getting some of it in there, because if you have none, then it doesn't look right. So I tend to make it darker in the center, lighter on the ends. And now I'm just kind of blending it. And this color combo is just so great that you don't have to do a lot. And I think we got it. Look how pretty that is. Okay? So that was pretty easy. So we're going to go ahead, put those away. I'm really proud of myself putting all my markers away. Okay. Well, believe me, I am not like that when I normally color. Okay. We got all that. It looks like we have a pink here and we have a pink going on in here. So let's look for our pink, and just like those purples, we have new pinks. We have RV 1.3, 1.7, and 1.5. So I think I'm going to do the 1.5 and the 1.3. Let's see. So I'll put this in here, 1.5 and 1.3. Okay. And now, on this part, we're going to use our lightest pink, which is the RV 1.3. I'm going to come in and just put very little. Any guesses what I'm going to use to kind of color that in? I'm listening. If any of you said the 0, you are absolutely correct. I have so many zeros, it's like my favorite go-to pen. Okay, here we go. All right, so A, make sure it's clean, which it is. Gonna come in, and I'm just gonna blend this light color into the glitter to give it a nice light pink. And that is the 0 for you. I just love that. And then I want to make sure always with the 0, clean off the tip so it goes back to the normal color next time you want to use it. Okay, now we have gray and we have blue-green. Okay, so let's look for our grays. I think we want to go a little light. So I'm looking. I think I'm going to go with this. I get my hands on it. It would be nice. Okay. So I have a 1, and I'm going to try a 5. So I'm going to try the 1 and 5. Now, if you're not sure, use a little part of your glitter paper that's, you know, kind of what we would call scrap, just to kind of see. So I'm starting with my 5. Then I'm going to come in with my 1. right here. Okay, so we got the 1 and the 5. And now we just need that beautiful turquoise, which is going to be this BG 2.7 and BG 2.4. So I'm going to start with my 2.7 first. Come in right here. And you don't want a lot of this one because it's very dark. So maybe put a few feathers down there, kind of go up. And then it's really the 2.4 that's the nice, beautiful light color. And I just think it's gorgeous. Are any of you loving yours? I keep asking all these questions. I hope you're following. Okay. Look how beautiful that hummingbird came out. Just beautiful. So now the only thing left for you to do to complete your card is to trim this out, and then you're going to go ahead and on your card you're going to put the purple flowers with the extra leaves. Remember, you always need adhesive on the back of the glitter paper to put these on. And then you're going to put your bird on just like that, and you'll have a beautiful shaker card. I just think that's gorgeous. Okay, at this point I am going to take about a 3-minute break or so, so I'm going to be back. And Michelle, do you have any announcements?
I don't have any announcements. While we are on a quick break, I want you to think about which one of these cards is your favorite so far. We have done 4. So I believe we did them in this order right there.
Yes. So which one is your favorite so far? Michelle is taking a survey. Make sure that you answer, and then we will be back. So Hi everybody, I'm back. So Michelle has now informed me that we have a winner, and it is the Hummingbird Shaker card. So the last one that we just did is the one that won the fan favorite so far. But if you ask me, I think they're all super cute. But let's go on to our number 5 project, which happens to be a fancy fold card. So if you're not familiar, we're going to do one. So let's get started. Okay, so I'm going to take away, so this was the winner right here so far, and I think that's fun. All right, so we have our cards. The next card that we're going to do is what I just said. It is called a fun fold or a fancy fold. There are different names. Here we tend to call them fancy folds. And that's because it looks like a regular card. It is an A2 size, but really it has different folds to it. It goes like that. So isn't that a fun way to make a card? So it's like it goes on and on and on. Okay, so let's see what we need to make this card. So it looks like we're definitely going to want our silver dots. So here's our dots right here. And I'm not sure if we need, doesn't look like we're going to use our border in this one. So no border, just silver dots. And then I'm going to go through my stickers. And I'm looking. Okay, here is my fast food sticker, and then for the inside, my candles. So the sentiment happy birthday is on the candle, and the sending you birthday wishes is on this sticker, so we don't need that. So I think other than our kit, that's all we need. All right, so the kit should be fairly easy to spot. It's this large one right here. It has a lot of paper in it. And I will say fancy fold cards do tend to have a lot of paper. But what you don't normally have with the fancy fold is a pre-scored card. So we're going to go ahead and get all of this out of our kit. And the one thing we do not need is an envelope, so we'll get that out of the way. So we have the orange stripe paper, the yellow stripe, we have a full size of the white and the orange cardstock, okay? So I'm going to go ahead, put our stickers to the side, and we're going to look at what we need to cut with our papers. So in order to cut, paper cutter, and here we go. Okay, so what we're going to need here is to trim our orange cardstock 11 wide by 4 1/4 high. So this paper here is already 11 inches, so we're going to cut it at the 4 1/4. Go. So basically what you're doing is you're cutting this in half, okay? So you should have 2 equal pieces now. All right, so we'll put one aside. We need one. Then we're going to trim the orange cardstock again at 4 1/4 wide by 4 1/4 high, okay? So we know it's 4 1/4 wide. We're going to turn this, and we're going to have it go this way. Okay? So now we are going to trim our white cardstock, and that's going to be 4 inches wide by 5 1/4. So I tend to put my paper landscape wise, and I'm going to do the 5 1/4 first. And then I'm going to turn this and do the 4 inches. Okay. Then we're going to trim the yellow stripe paper. So before we do that, I want to start putting our card together and we'll come back to the cutting. All right. I just doing that because when it comes to stripes, I want to make sure you understand which direction you want the stripes and we don't make a mistake. So we only need these pieces really to put our fancy fold card together. So we will need something called a scoreboard. So if you're not familiar with a scoreboard, I like to use my Score Buddy. Now this Score Buddy, it has a lot of little lines in it with my little score tool. So when I put my paper on and put it in a line, it makes a crease. Now if you don't have this tool, that's okay. You can measure it with your ruler and pencil and then fold it. In this case, this particular one is really scored, so when we fold it in half, it will be perfectly in half. And I just want to remind you that what I mean by that is we are going to be folding it here and then it will close portrait style. Okay, so I like to use this because it makes my fold nice and even and it's easier. So I am scoring at 5.5 right there. So as you can see, I now have maybe you can't see, let's see, I don't know if you can, but see that crease that I put in there? So now when I go, I'm going to turn it opposite and I can just fold it and fold it this way, and I have a really good fold on my card, okay? And it's now going to open like this. Okay. Now this part right here is a perfect square. So remember, it's 4.25 by 4.25. So it doesn't matter which way you put this down. And we're going to go ahead and score on the left side 1/2 inch. So right here, this is my 1/2. If it's easier for you to score over here, you can figure out 4.25 minus 1/2 is 3 3/4. Okay, but here is 1/2 inch, and I want to fold that on the score line. So I'm just going to get that there. Usually I actually fold it. I find by folding it the opposite way I get a better crease, but it's really up to you as long as you have something that has a crease like that. And that's all we need with our scoreboard today for right now on this project. So we're going to go ahead, put that away. Okay, so in order for this card to work, as you can see, is we are going to actually put our little tab on the inside here. So this part right here is going to go on the edge. So when we fold it and we fold it, it goes like that. Okay, so you want to kind of center it up. We're going to have to get some adhesive here on the tab. So if you have it folded up like this, you want your adhesive on the back here because it's going to go like this and fold in. All right, I'm going to turn mine over, put my adhesive right here. Now I want to make sure that it's going to fold well, so when it closes I have to make sure that this fold is not hindering this piece from closing. So I'm going to put it just a smidgen outside of the fold, just a smidge. Okay, so let's make sure, and yep, it's folding really good. So if yours isn't folding really good, then take it back up if you can. And I'm just demonstrating. Mine was good, but I'm just demonstrating. Put it over just a little bit more. not a lot. Okay, and then make sure it closes. Okay, so this part is kind of going up, but when it gets paper on it, it'll go down, so it's not a problem. Okay, so now that we've done that, we can go ahead and take our white cardstock, and this is going to go right in here so you won't even really see that one seam. So, okay. I have to tell you, I'm kind of a perfectionist, and I like the way I did it the first time, so I'm just going to kind of switch it back. How many of you are like me? Make sure. Now I'm really messing it up. Okay, there. Okay, so now I'm going to put this in here. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So now we've used all the cut pieces that we've already done, but now we can get a better sense of these pieces, and we want the stripes to go, you know, horizontal. Unless you don't really care, then it doesn't matter. So let's start with the yellow because they are two of the same exact size. All right. So if we come here, we're going to want our stripes to go this way. So we're looking for the wide part. So trim the yellow stripe papers 3.5 inches by 4 inches high. Okay, so I'm going to double check for everybody. So this right here would be 3.5, that is correct, and 4 inches is correct. All right, so we are going to do the 3.5 first. And I'm going to get my paper trimmer. And I'm going to put this paper 3.5 because I want my stripes to go horizontal. So 3.5, and I'm going to do it again. And then I'm going to turn this to 4. And I'm going to turn this to 4. Okay, so I have 2 pieces that will fit here and it will fit here. So that's perfect. So now I need my orange stripe paper, and this is going to go on the front. And again, I want it to be horizontal, and it says to trim orange stripe paper 4 inches wide by 5 1/4. So we'll do 4 inches by 5 1/4. Okay, and that one is going to go in the front here. And then I believe we have one also on the inside, so we should do it again. So 4, 5 1/4. All right, so we have that, and now it looks like we need to cut quite a bit of white paper. All right, so if we read our instructions here, we've already done the orange, and we've done 1 white, we've done the 2 yellow, and now we need to trim a white cardstock 2 3/4 by 3 inches. Okay, so 2 3/4. Maybe I'll do the 3 inches first. 2 3/4. All right, and then we need to I'm just following the directions here, just so you know. So 2 orange, and then we need 1 more white cardstock, 3 1/4 by 4 inches. So let's do 3 1/4 by 4 inches. Then I think we should have everything we need to put the papers together. So let's see how it works out. Okay. So I'll put our instructions over here. We have all these pieces. So let's start by putting the yellows stripes on. Now if you like the polka dot side, you could do the polka dot side, whatever you want. It's your card. I just happen to really like the stripe. And I really like yellow. Yellow is one of my favorite colors of childhood. And now I kind of like purple when I color. It's weird, but I like yellow still. Okay, so I put the yellow front, back of this one. The orange will also be front and back of this orange panel. So if you like this side, use that side. Okay, this looks like a real summery combo. It's like the hot of the sun, the yellow and the orange. Okay. Go with that. Perfect. All right, so where do these white pieces go? Let's see. Looks like this one is going to go right here. So just kind of spacing where you have room for your word. So I'm just kind of, so if you want me to be technical, it's 1, 2, 3 yellow stripes up, 1, 2, 3, and just a smidgen over to the side, if that helps. I bet it helps somebody. Okay. Now, one thing I didn't do, and I'm going to pull it up because I can, it's up to you, but I noticed that I kind of wish that I had put a color around here. So I'm just going to do that real fast, and I think I'm going to use orange 2.4. Just because I really love that look. Now, you don't have to do that. I just love it. Okay, so again it was 3 and over a little. Okay, then I believe the other white is going to go right here. So I'm going to do that orange before I forget. Okay. Now the thing about this one is it has to kind of hide behind this. So when you put it down, you have to kind of figure that out, that you're not going to see it. So be careful when you do that. Okay, so you want to make sure it's going to be behind there, so it's going to be really closer to the right side. And then there you go. And you could kind of use the stripes on the paper to kind of make sure you're doing well with your placement. Okay. All right. There we go. So now we have all of our papers done on this card. So we have this opens this way, this opens this way. All right, so that is our fancy fold card. So now we need to start decorating it. So what we're going to do is we're going to start first by serving up birthday wishes. So let's start with birthday wishes. So if we go to this one right here, it has serving up birthday wishes. So I'm going to go ahead, weed, so that you can see what I'm talking about. Again, when you do this, kind of just take a quick little look to make sure you don't see that an outline came up, which it didn't. So we'll just do that. All right. So birthday wishes is going to be first. So let's start with the word birthday. Okay, and you can use the line on the paper again, you know, to be straight. Okay, there's birthday. Let's get that word wishes. Birthday wishes right there. And then we're going to come in and do the serving up. So we'll turn our card. The word up is more over here. And then the word serving. Okay, so I have the inside of a G here. I'm going to get rid of that. And the rest of it looks a little crooked. How's yours? There, much better. Okay, so serving up birthday wishes. So we got that part really good. Now let's go ahead and put our little dots on. So you could tell I really like these dots. I just find them to add a little bit of something. I like that they're flat, so you don't have to worry about bulky card. And you know, they're kind of cute. So now if we want these hearts, I believe we're going to find it on here. So here's a heart. Again, I'll weed this. Now the problem with weeding this one that I have found is that sometimes this little border doesn't cooperate, but it does look like it's working out, so that's good. All right. So it's on, here are the hearts, and we could just put 3. Remember our rule of 3. Okay. Oh, and they're different sizes, so you could put them all the same size, or you could do different sizes. I think here I use the little ones, here I'm using the larger ones. Okay, so we have that part of the card done. Wasn't that easy, that part? So we just have our glitter images. Let's take a look inside and see what we have going here. All right, so it looks like we're going to use a border here, and we're going to put the other sentiment down below. So let's do our border on top first. Okay. then we have the sentiment, happy birthday. Now, that is all on one line. And so when we pick it up, it's all going to be one word, which I think is great. But sometimes it can be a little difficult. So again, I put my tweezers somewhat in the middle. And it looks, I'm not sure, it looks like we have enough room for the whole word. So I'm just going to start it out and see how it goes. Take your time. So as you can see, mine decided to go crooked. So I'm going to just kind of maneuver that. If it's easier for you to cut it into 2 words, you could do that. I think I got a little high over here. I don't want to spend forever on it, but we'll see. I think that's good. Okay, I really like that. So we have the happy birthday there. And what's left is to put these stars on here. But again, I think it's better to put them on once you do your candle. But for purposes of me doing this with you, since I won't be cutting out, I'm going to go ahead and just put a few on. So I'm taking that one from the fast food sticker. And I'm just going to put one way over here. If you want to do it now, that's up to you. But I'm just kind of doing it because we will not be doing things together in terms of cutting. But it might help you put where you want your candles. So you never know. Maybe it'll help you. I'll put a little one. So remember, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this will be 5. That odd number thing again. Okay, so then our candles will kind of go in here as we want. Okay, let's grab our glitter paper. So it looks like what we have to do is we are going to be going to our fast food first, and we are going to grab the cup. Okay, there's the cup. Now the little circle didn't come out. So remember what I told you about that? Kind of removing some of these negatives so that you could kind of see. So you could kind of put this back in there. And it also, although we won't be seeing it, if you wanted to put this line in, it's kind of like one of those things you see on stamps where it kind of gives a little bit of definition of a shadow, but we'll put that there. Okay, and then we need our French fries. Oh my gosh, a French fry right now sounds delicious. Okay, so here's French fries. And when you're doing your own, you should really maximize your glitter paper. I'm just doing this so that when I color, you can kind of see, but you ought to maximize. Okay, I'm into the hamburger now. That really sounds good. It's lunchtime where I am. Okay, there's the hamburger and on the French fries, and we got that. So I went ahead and I put a little bit of stars in here, so we could do that now. We could put a star here, and we could put a star like here, and maybe we want a small one. It's kind of like some branding. It's the Star Hamburger Company. Okay, so we got that. And now I'm going to get my candles. So let's look at the candles. So it looks like we want 4 candles, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, so all of them. And we're going to go ahead now. If you only want to use 3, that's okay. Use 3. So I have part of my negative came out with my candle, so I'll fix that later. Okay, 1. Yeah, my little negatives don't want to cooperate. 2. 3. And 4. Okay, so before I do my brayer, I'm going to come in and try to get rid of this part. Go. And this part right here. Alrighty. So we will go ahead and brayer. So let's do the front of our card first. It looks like we're using red. So my favorite red really is this 1.5 red. I really like that red. If you want a darker red, you should look for this R0.6. But I do like the 1.5. And one of the ones that I really like to put with that is this R0.2. So let's go ahead and color our cap red. I put the dark color, and I'm going to come in with this light, which is the R0.2. Okay. Now we're going to come in with our R1.5. And okay. And I'm going to just finish that with R0.2. All right, there, we got all the red done, so that's really good, except for our hamburger. We want a little bit of red in there, but we'll do that in a minute, so keep your red available. All right, so for the cup, we want a little bit of that blue. So I'm gonna go with this BG 0.4 and B2.2. Okay, so I'll start with the darker blue. Okay, so we'll kind of go in here. Now I'm going to make my shadowing be the sides and kind of the bottom, so the middle part is going to be the lighter part for me. And if you notice, I'm kind of doing like feathering, so I don't want like a straight line really, because I find it so much easier to blend this way. Okay, so here's this. And if you want it lighter, what could we do? If you said the 0, you're right. So maybe in a bit I'll take my 0 and just go around my logo a little bit. But I'm going to let it dry for a minute. So now I need yellow, and my favorite yellow again, where are you? 2.3. And again, not going to worry too much about, blending. Okay, so there's that. And I'm going to keep this out for the French fries in a minute. Now, I did notice that one thing I did on the yellow was I put a little bit of the orange in it, this YO 2.3, just to kind of tone it down a little bit. So you could put a yellow orange in there, which is what I did, and what we'll be doing with our candles. So keep that out. So that was YO 2.3, Y 2.3. Okay, those two. All right, so now that we've done that, we have this inside here. That's a really light yellow. So we have this one, which is Y 1.2. We could just kind of put that in. And then on the other side of my marker, I have Y 2.0, which is even lighter. Now the reason it's not always my favorite, it's kind of a neonish yellow, so I don't know how I like it. But I like the offset because we're going to do the French fries, so it's kind of nice to have two different yellows. All right, so for the French fries, let's go back to that Y 2.3, color in our French fries, then we'll add back some of that yellow orange. Because after all, our fries have been in the fryer. We need to have a little bit of that fryer look. So I'm using my yellow orange. Just going in here a little bit. I don't even have to really blend it back. Just put a little line. And look, there we go. Those look like great fries. Okay, and I told you I was going to do something with the zero. So if I want to come in and erase some of this color, I'm going to be very careful about doing that. But I just wanted to make it a little bit lighter. So, and you can see how this is picking up the color. You see how it has that blue on there. So I really want to make sure I get that back off before I use it. Maybe I want to use it a little bit in here. Not have so much of that neon yellow, and then clean. Okay? Alrighty, we're doing well. We're using a lot of colors. So we have our straw, and we're going to make that orange to kind of bring back in the paper colors. So we'll kind of use this O 2.4. If you want to put some shading in here, you can. I think I'm just going to leave it like that. Okay, to do the hamburger, we have lots of little elements. So we have our cheese, American cheese. So we'll go ahead, put this in. And maybe we should add a little bit of that yellow orange to just kind of highlight it a little bit more. Okay. Now we need to go to our red for a tomato. So I'm back to this 1.5. And I just want to make sure I get the right part. Actually, I think I'm going to use my other side. Okay. There, I got my tomato in there. I want a purple onion. So I don't know if this is the purple I want. Yeah, it's good. So I am using this one, B1.1. I think this one is fun to color because it has all the different colors, and you could kind of go by what you like on your hamburger. Now it looks like we need some lettuce, so we're gonna go with that 2.5. YG 2.5. It has lettuce in 2 places on this particular hamburger. There we go. And now we need to find a dark brown for the actual burger itself. So I think we'll do a 3.8. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, 3.8. OR 3.8. I'm not shading because I don't want my burger to look like it has a problem. So I'm just going like that. Okay, so now what we have left is our bun. And we want to find a good combination of these colors. We don't want it to be too dark. So I'm going to look and see what kind of color. So I kind of like that for the light color, which is this 4.3. And this is what I, normally have my swatch book, but I don't have it here today. So I don't like that one. That's Bailey, if you could hear her. There must be someone out there. Okay, this is perfect. So I'm going to use this YO 2.7 and O 4.3. Now I didn't put my little shadowy marks in, but I will in a minute. So I'm going to go along. And I'm going to just kind of add that, and I'm going to add a little bit down here. Then I'm going to come in with this color, and it might be a little too similar, so I could add a color on top if I want. Just don't want to start too dark, so I think I will be adding another color in here. Okay, so let me go back in here and let's look at adding here it is, 4.6, just a little bit. Okay, then I'm going to just blend that out. And I like that. That looks like a good burger. Okay, so we've now colored our burger.
Cindy's wondering, do you put your bun highlights on before or after coloring?
Okay, so we have a question about those bun highlights. Again, I just didn't put it on, so you could do it before or after. So now that I've colored, I'm actually going to go back and put them on. A lot of times I do like to put them on before, but in this case I didn't see them. And I got to tell you, I'm not putting those sesame seeds on. That's just too much. But if you wanted to, you could. But see how you could just put it on now? So before or after works. Okay, so good question. Thank you. All right, so we have that on. Everything's looking good on that one. So now we're going to come in and we're going to do our candles. So let's go ahead and do the flames first. Oh. I put all our candles on the glitter paper, but when I colored, I put them on the white cardstock. I didn't even notice that. So you could do that, but if we want glittery candles, they should go on the glitter paper. But there is no reason you cannot put stickers on your white cardstock and color. You have to remember one thing though. not all paper is alcohol ink compatible, so if it bleeds or something, then you might have a problem. So you need to make sure your cardstock is compatible with your alcohol ink, and you have to always make sure that you have another layer behind it, because you will always see the back of your coloring on any white cardstock. So in this case, it would have worked out because you have a striped paper and then an orange paper, so it wouldn't have bled all the way through. But we're going to go ahead and color on our glitter paper, because after all, we love glitter paper. So let's start with this one right here. We're going to make our, we'll do all our flames first. So let's do our flames, Y 2.3. I didn't even notice that. But I'm kind of glad we're doing it this way. Okay, so there's my flames. I'm going to come in with a little bit of orange. And this is OR 2.4. And then I'm going to do my YO 2.3. Look how nice that looks. Aren't those pretty flames? Okay. All right. While we have our orange out, let's go ahead and color our stars. Now, I have a little piece in here, so I want to get rid of that. Okay, and if you want them darker, just go over it one more time with the same color. Okay, I don't think anything else is really orange. Maybe some of these stripes are. Let's make these orange. Okay, let's do all our yellow. So our yellow, Y 2.3. Dots, dot, dot. And I am kind of pouncing when I'm doing the dot here. I just find that a little bit easier. I'm going to have yellow and then the orange, yellow-orange on top of that. So I'm going to come over here to this YO 2.3 and add a little bit of that orange. Tone it down. Okay, so now all we have left are the base colors. So let's go ahead and make this one light blue. And maybe we'll use our 0 with this one, so it'll look a little different than the other blue one. Okay, so there's that. I'm going to come in with my 0, and it'll be kind of a whiter blue. So I'm just blending the harsh line here. Okay, very good. Clean. Okay, now we're going to do this stripe one. I'm going to go with the BG 0.4. And it's a darker blue, and then I'm going to use that light blue as my blending. And now you can kind of see the difference between these two, so they look a little bit different. Okay, now we need a purple. Let's see, what purple shall we have? Maybe this V 2.6. And it's pretty dark, so I'm not going to put a lot of it. I'm going to come back in with the purple we used for the onion, blend it out. I think you guys should be getting the hang of all this coloring, how easy it is on the glitter paper. These Ola markers are phenomenal. We used to sell the Bright Art markers. They're no longer available at all anywhere. The guy went out of business. But I really, this is a reputable firm, the same company that used to be a distributor for Copics for over 25 years. So this is a great pen. All right, and then we want that green. So we'll go ahead, put that YG 2.5. It's a nice bright color. And we have our candles. Woohoo! So then we would cut all of these out. They would go right here on your white paper, and now you have a beautiful fancy fold birthday card. So serving up birthday wishes, happy birthday, and then you can write your sentiment, and feel free to add some of the other elements that we didn't use right inside here to decorate. Okay? All right, so that was card number 5, and I'm going to put away my markers, and we will be going on to the next one. How's everybody doing out there? Are you hanging in? I know that I'm going to take a tiny little sip of my water as soon as I put my markers away. The next card that we will be doing, I think, is the birds. Let me check. Let's see. Yes, it is the bird card. So, here it is. Yay. This one is really cute. These are newer stickers. And I just think they are the cutest little birds ever, if I say so myself. So I'm almost done. We had a lot of markers out on that last card. I am putting that away. Okay. All right. Okay. So what are we going to need? Well, we are going to need our stickers. So let's look for those. Here's our bird. And we are going to need those 2 birch tree stickers. Let's see, I saw mine hanging around. Here they are. Okay, so 2 birch tree stickers and that word hello. Okay, so hello, birch tree, birds, that's what we need for this one. And then in addition, we are going to need our kit. Which is this one right here. And you can tell by that beautiful polka dot paper. So we'll take everything out of the kit. I'm going to take that water. And in the meantime, does anybody out there have a question? Somebody wanted to know if it was too late to go on our Alaska cruise. That does sail on July 4th, so next week. But as long as Royal Caribbean can accommodate you, we will find a place for you in our beautiful crafting conference room. And we are on the end of the ship with a lot of window, and it's going to be spectacular. So if you didn't join us, we're kind of giving it a whirl to see if it's something we like to do. So we don't know if we'll be ever having another one. We are giving it a shot. So it would be great if you could come aboard with us. We have 5 classes, a goodie bag, and lots of fun. And you can have your own table in the craft room. Okay? Alrighty. So the first thing we do all the time is cut our paper. So it's 8.5 by 3.5. Fits in a regular size number 10 envelope. So we should have that right here. We don't need the envelope, so we'll put that aside. Our slimline card is right here. It's already pre-scored. We'll be using that. And then we have these other papers that we need to cut down. So let's get to our instructions and see what to do. All right, we are going to trim our dot paper 3.5 by 6 3/4, and then we're going to trim the flower paper 3.5 by 1 3/4. So if you're wondering where the flower paper is, it's on the other side. So let's go ahead, cut this at 3.5 because that's the width of our slimline card. Okay. If you feel more comfortable, you can leave this that way. I'm not sure if this is wide enough, but we can take a peek. So we could cheat, and I don't know if it's 1 3/4. Let's check it out. It's actually 2. So if we want to, we could go 1 3/4 by 3.5. And basically what I'm saying is you could cut the 1 3/4 off this paper and put them together, or just have this one go on top like that, and this fits the whole card. So I'm going to do that because it's easier. Okay, so we're just going to keep it like that. So there's that. Then we have a white and a black paper, which will be for our sentiment. So we are going to make our black cardstock 2 5/8 by 1 3/8. Oh, I hate those little 8s. So 2 5/8 by 1 3/8. So 5/8 is the little notch after the half. And then 1 3/8 is right before the half. And there's that. And let's see how well I did. Oop, perfect. Okay. That's good. And now we need our white paper, which is 2.5 by 1 1/4. So all this means by doing the 8s is that we just want a very, very small border around this white. So when we put this on the black here, it's going to be not very much showing. Okay? All right, that's all the cutting there is. So now, let's go ahead and fold our pre-scored card, which is our slimline card. And I'm going to take the end of my tweezer to kind of press down the seam. You could use a bone folder. You've also seen me today kind of using my fingernail, whatever works for you. Okay? Now we want to put this dot paper right on the front of the card. And because we didn't cut it down, it should match perfectly. Okay, go with that. And then the flower paper is going to go right here on the bottom. And we might as well at this point, let's just go ahead and put our white in the center of the black. Okay, and then we will put that right down here. Now it does look like we're using the white border, so let me find that. I didn't have that out, so I have to look for it. Here it is. And we're going to go ahead, and I have a piece here, and we're going to put it right between the flower and the dot. You know, I'm gonna, no I'm not. I was gonna turn my scallop around, but I actually am not. Disregard. Okay. So I'm putting that on the seam of the papers. That's what I love about our border stickers. I think it really finishes the seam of a paper. Okay. Here we go. Somehow I look a little crooked. There, I think that's better. Okay, so let's go ahead and put our sentiment on. So we had our hello out here. Let's see where I can, here it is. So I'm just going to peel one of these. Now I think this might be a tight fit, so we're going to see. So we want to start, oh no, it'll fit perfectly. Okay, there's the word hello. And then if we go to our bird sticker, we're going to find these musical notes. So doing my normal little weeding. Okay. And there's all those little musical notes. So I'm going to take a double one. Now I do not have a musical background. Don't know anything about, I used to play the guitar, but I never read music. So I don't know if I'm putting these on in an improper way, so I apologize if I am. I'm just doing it the way that, to me, it looks cute. All right. There we go. Now, I am planning to color on the white paper. So it's really important when you do that you don't want any bleeding under the sticker. So I'm going to use my brayer, and I want to make sure it's down because I don't want to have a problem with my white paper. Okay, so I'm just brayering that part right there. And I think I want purple. I like purple. Let's see, but I want a purple, so, oh, it's so hard to pick sometimes. Are you guys trying to figure out what you want? Okay, I think I'm going to do this 1.4. So I'm just going to put this in here. And look how close that matches that flower. Okay, so now I've added a little color there. So the challenging part of this card is we are going to take these birch trees and we are going to make a design for our little birdies to sit in. Now what's different about this is that we are not using the outline. So I will show you what I mean. Let me weed this. Okay, so normally how we have been using everything is peeling the outline and using this on our glitter paper. But instead, for this project, we are going to use the negatives. So we're going to come inside each one and we're going to use the negatives. So we're just going to kind of make a design. And I'm going to get it started, but I'm going to let you guys make your own design. I'm not going to sit here and make the whole design with you. So basically you're going to go in, you're going to go inside the outline, and then you're going to just continue along and make your tree however you want. Oh, maybe I'll turn this upside down. Okay, so that's how I did this tree, and I'll be trimming this little extra part off here. And so we gave you 2 of these, okay? So what I did was I first kind of I did 1, 2, 3, 4, so I went up and I made 4. Then I took some pieces and I literally made some branches. Isn't this kind of a cool idea? I mean, it really, sometimes I just amaze myself with some of my little ideas. But you may not like it, but I think it's fun. All right, so then basically all I did was I went kind of like this once I had them down, and you could kind of make them any way you want to. So just keep in mind where you're going to place these. So I kind of put these parts after I did my birds, okay? So again, I want you to do this as homework, the decoration, and we're going to go ahead and get our glitter paper ready. Okay, so here's our glitter paper. Now, there is a question, again, about the cruise, so I just want to go over that. So, the way that the cruise works is we have a travel agent called, oh my gosh, I'm blank, Dream something. And I think Michelle's putting the link out there. But they are the ones who organized, you know, the whole thing for us. So because it's so late, I think they're actually on a cruise this week. Yes, get your room with Royal Caribbean or email the Dream. What's it called, Michelle?
I'm not sure.
Oh, I'll get the name for you guys. But you normally would book us through them, and it will have to go through them. But if you really want to do it, I can assure you, you will have a space with us. So just let us know, because I had a question into them, and I think they're currently on a cruise, but I'll double check with them, and I will make sure that you get everything you need. Your main thing is to get on with the Royal Caribbean, okay? And it is Anthem of the Seas. It leaves July 4th, and we are going to Alaska. All right. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and get our bird sticker. Now, I just think these are the cutest little birds ever. So, you can see there are actually 5 different types of birds on here. So this first guy is right here in the upper left. You can see he's the tall one. Now the faces don't come off with a lot of these, so remember my trick. Take away the little inside, and then you can easily get the eyes. And then the mouth. Okay, so we got that guy. Then we want this like rounder bird right here. So we're going to go ahead and put him. Okay, or her. Could be a her. All right. And then the little wing has to come back on. And by the way, this is this one right here. Okay, so we got that bird. So now let's look at this bird. Oh, this one is such a cute bird. This is this guy right here. And again, to get the eyes and everything, I'm removing that negative. He needs a wing. Okay, and then we need our eyes. Okay, perfect. And now we need to find our little guy. So we're missing two. So we need this guy. He kind of looks like a candy corn to me. I don't know his shape. So I'm going to get that out. Okay, and then I need his face. Oh, look at that. My mouth fell that way, but it looks kind of cute that way. But I'm going to go ahead and put it back this way. But you can put these mouths many different ways. Okay. And then we need the tiny guy. Okay, and his little parts are very small, so be careful. Particularly the eyes. Now, if for some reason you had an eye go flying out of the way and it's all gone and you can't find it, there are lots of little pieces on here that have dots. So I would use like the inside of some of these musical notes or something if you want as eyes. So they would work well as well. Now look how many images you still have to make another project. That's a lot. Okay, so before we do our burnishing, do you see these feet? We are going to be lifting them up when we cut out and cut behind them, just like I showed you with the hummingbird, so don't burnish that part. It'll make it easier. You can burnish it, but it's a little harder to pick it up then. Okay. So now that we've done that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to color. And I have this purple out, this 1.4, so I'm going to start with that. And then I'm going to find the lighter purple, and that was 1.1. So we're going to use 1.4 and 1.1. So I'm doing my darker color, and I don't want my birds to be too dark, so be cautious. Okay, and I'm going to go in with my 1.1. Okay. Very good. Now we have our grays. And those grays, I wanted to use the 3, I think, and the 5. Or maybe we want a little bit lighter gray, so I'm going to use the 5 and that 1 again. And I'm going to keep the gray out because we're going to do this bird with the gray as well. Okay, so let's try using the 5. Yeah, that's not too dark. So this is cool gray, which has a little bit of purple tone to it. And then I'm going to use the 1 to blend. Okay, look how cute that is. Very nice. Okay, let's go ahead and then do this guy right here, which is this one. And we're going to use the same 5. And 1. Okay, so with him or her, it has some pink to it. So let's find that really bright pink, which is the newer pinks right here. It's this 1.5, and then there's a lighter version, which is right here, 1.3. So RV 1.3 and RV 1.5. So I'm going to do the 1.5 right here. Now this is kind of more of a rosy pink, but it's fine. Go. And I just want a little bit of pink, so I'm going with the lighter, and then we're going to use that 0 again. Okay. So it looks like this one is oranges, so let's go ahead and I'm going to get that O 2.4, and then there is OR 2.5. Well, this is the darker color. It looks like my orange is getting a little bit used. I'm going to have to do a replacement, which I'll be doing a video how easy it is to replace the cartridges in these pens. And believe it or not, the cartridge, replacement cartridge, is only $2.69. Yes, you heard me right. For a full replacement cartridge, $2.69. I'm now using my O 2.4. That is such a pretty orange. I love it. Okay, now it looks like our wings are going to be the same color we did the French fries. So Y 2.3 and YO 2.3. And we'll put the 2.3, which is very bright, and then we're going to come in with this YO 2.3. Okay, there we go. And then while we have this YO 2.3 out, let's just go ahead and do this guy's wings without any yellow and make them kind of the yellow-orange. And while we have our yellow out, let's go ahead and make this one yellow. Okay, so this is that blue again that we've been really going for, 2.2. And we're going to use the 0 in the middle there. Oh, I forgot to do his stomach. Okay, so we'll get this blue in here. We'll go back to our 0, make sure we got any color off of it, and we'll kind of get rid of those lines. And then we will clean. And then I'm going to get that yellow orange again to get the stomach part. Okay, so now we're looking for a green. So let's try a minty green with a little bit. So G 0.4, and I just want a little bit of that, not much. And then I'm going to do this G 0.1. And even though it bled a little bit outside my line, that's okay because I'm going to be cutting it out. Now, I'm not sure how much I really like that. So what I'm going to do, I don't know if I like that green, is I'm going to take this yellow, 2.2. I'm just going to add a little bit of yellow in here. And I think I like that a little bit better. I'm going to put my little blender in here. Yeah, I like that a little better. Looks almost like a parakeet that way. Okay, we've done all of our birds. So your homework is to complete your birch trees here and then trim off any excess. So I would trim this off. I would do all the ones going this way first, and then I would cut out my birds, and wherever they're going to be placed, then you could put the part that goes the little limbs, and then you could add your musical notes in there. Okay, so I would not, well, I guess you can color your musical notes because you do have another layer of paper under that first layer, so it won't bleed through. But none of these were pop dotted or anything. They are flat down on here. I think this is such a cheerful, cute card. I hope you like it as much as I do. And that was number 6. So I am literally just going to take a 1-minute break, and we are going to finish out the day with our last card. All right? Okay, I am back. Here I am. Okay, so our last project is one of my favorites. It's this beautiful doll. And if you've never done a paper doll with us, this is one of our fun things that we have here. And I design each and every doll. So this one is called Girls Trip. And so, and of course, is our last kit in the box, and we need to find our sticker sheet. So let's look for that. and I'm pretty sure that everything is on the one sticker, so that's all we need. Okay, so I was trying to get a drink of water, which I did, and I'm going to put my pens away, but I hate to keep bringing this up, but we've had some questions. So the Cruise & Crop is the name of the company, and I really think they might be out of the office because I think they had an event, but they are East Coast in Florida as well, so you have to take that in account. But you can go on their website, you can find the Krazy Kreation Cruise, and then you can write them an email. So if you have troubles, Michelle and I will be glad to help you on Monday. Okay, it's never too late. All right, so this is all we needed here. Put all my pens away, and this is a tag. So this tag is actually 3 3/4 by 8 3/4. I think it still goes into a number 10 envelope. It's wonderful for putting on, you know, on the tag on the back. You could put a gift card, you could write, you know, a sentiment, you could do all kinds of things. A lot of people have this on calendars. They make wall art with it. They put it in scrapbooks. So there's so much you could do with our dolls. All the dolls are about 7 inches tall. We have a whole series of them. So really, they're fun. So let's make one. So let's get our kit and open it up. If I can figure out how to open mine, we'll be in good shape. Aha. Okay. I still can't figure it out. End of day blues. Oh, there it is. Okay. Got it. So inside, you are going to see pieces here. Now the tag and the chip doll are put in a separate piece. They're a separate bag. They are laser cut, so sometimes they may have some black soot from the laser machine on it, so they were put in there to protect your papers. And then we have a variety of different papers here that we're going to be using along with our glitter paper. Okay, so let's start by making the background. So this is our scallop tag, and we're going to have to cut some papers to make that. So let's go back to our directions. Oops, let me get my paper trimmer out, and we'll be all set. Okay. Okay, so we are going to trim the brown bag cardstock 3 3/4 by 1 1/4. This is brown bag cardstock. So let's go ahead with 1 1/4. By 3 3/4. Okay, there's that piece. Then we are also going to want the cloud paper 3 3/4 by 5 1/2. So basically it's this paper, and we're going to cut it. It's already at 5 1/2, so we'll do 3 3/4. Okay. Then we are going to trim our brown bag cardstock again, 3 3/4 by 3 inches. Okay, so 3 3/4 by 3 inches. And the green dot paper 3 3/4 by 2 inches. So let's go ahead and cut 2 inches. So again, what we're doing is we're cutting these papers to build a background for our doll. And so looks like this will become a nice outdoor tropical scene. So we are getting ready to do that. And trim the white cardstock 2 1/4 by 1 1/2. So let's do the 1 1/2, 2 1/4. Okay, and that'll be for our sentiment. All the other papers that we've already cut, those are scraps, and we should have one paper left, which is this tie-dye paper, which will become her clothes. So we're good, and we can get started. So I'm going to remove this. All right, so we have our tag right here, and what we're going to do is we are going to start by reading the instructions. That might be a good place to start. Okay, so trim, and then we're going to adhere our first piece of brown cardstock, which was this small little piece. Basically, it's going to go like this, and then we're going to put this down like that. And then we will be free form trimming these pieces, all right? So let's start with this. Now there's not a right or wrong side to your tag, and yes, we are covering up the hole. So you want to put this toward the top. Make it a little as straight as you can. Okay. Then what we're going to do is turn this over and we're going to trim it. Now I don't have this in here, but later I would do this is I use my little nail file as a sander, and I sand all my rough edges here. So then it smooths it out. I really suggest that you just take a nail file or a sanding tool later and just kind of sand all your rough edges out. Okay. There we go with that. Now we're going to go ahead and put this clouds down, and yes, we actually use this clouds paper with our kite. I like having the clouds. So we'll put this one down. Okay, very good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to adhere this piece on the bottom, and then we're going to free form this one a little bit on the top and the bottom. Now, if you look at my sample, you're going to notice a bunch of dots here. I was trying to see if I was going to introduce a new technique, but it really didn't work out that well. But if you wanted to try this one day, when we peeled the piece off of this, it kind of gave a grid, if you remember. So I kind of put that on there, and then I colored the stencil with the brown. But I don't really like how that turned out, so I wasn't going to do it on ours because it wasn't my favorite thing. But in case you're wondering, that is what I did. I used that stencil, that piece that we took off as a stencil, and then I colored it, but it kind of bled a little bit, so I didn't really like it. But you might give it a whiz, maybe a whirl, maybe you'll like it. But I'm going to keep that dark like that. So now we're at the point where we want to kind of free form a little bit. So I'm just going to kind of go like this and make kind of like a little bit of an S like that. And then if I want a similar on the top, I want this to kind of be the top part and to go down a little bit like that. So I kind of made like a little fun shape, and I was going to put it right there. So you can put it as high or as low as you want. So part of what I do like to do to kind of get an idea is use my chip doll to kind of see where she's going to be and where I want this. So I think right around there would be good. And if you want to finish some of this right here, let's go ahead and do my little trick and take this YG 2.5, use our marker to kind of highlight the top and bottom of this piece. Kind of gives it a little bit of a finished look and a bit of a shadow. Okay, so we'll go ahead I think that looks pretty good, so I'm going to go with that. Okay, so now we have done all of that. Looking good, looking good. So this part down here is this part right here, so we should go ahead and get that ready. And again, I did that little thing with my blue, so I'm going to go ahead, find my blue marker, and I'm just going to highlight the edge of it again. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and put that on, and then we're going to put our sentiment on. Okay, so we're going to put this down here. Now I do want to point out that if you turn this over, you're going to see a little bit of the paper kind of peeking out. I usually take my craft knife and I just kind of cut that off on a cutting board, but that's what I do. Okay, so now let's go ahead and look at our sticker. Where did my sticker girl go? Here she is. And we're going to look for, first I'll weed this for you. And we're going to look for our sentiment. All right, so the sentiment is found right down by her feet. So let's go ahead and put the word trip first. And you want to kind of put it as far over to the left as you can, because we want to put our little drink over here. Okay, and the little dot of the eye is right there, but you know what? We could either put this little dot, which I'll put there, or we could put one of our blings. Maybe I'll do that instead. There. Okay? And then the word girls. Okay, girls trip. Perfect. Now I just noticed my paper I didn't put down very good. There we go. Perfect. Now we do have a little heart down here, so let's go ahead and get that heart. And we'll put it just kind of like here. And we will have birds, but again, we could put them in now, but if you want to wait till later, you can do that too. Let me just kind of put my chip doll where I think it's going to go. Put a bird here. And I'll put two birds, like one here and one here. Okay. Okay, so I think what we'll do next is let's go ahead and do our doll. So if you've never done a doll before, what we're going to do is we're going to take this large sticker image of the doll, and it's going to go exactly on the chipboard. Now if your chipboard has a little bit of soot on it, just kind of wipe it off, and you know, it comes right off. Or you know what else I use is that Mr. Clean white, I forgot what it's called, but it's that white eraser, and let me tell you, that thing gets all the soot off really well. Okay, so it can be a little bit daunting when you have this big girl. You know, it's a big sticker, I get that, so I kind of let it just dangle. I kind of also take it from the bottom, and what I'm going to do is look for a spot that I want to start. So you could start at the top, but I often start somewhere, like I picked like the side of her dress right here, and then I'm just going to kind of let it fall. And I'll start by working it out. It pretty much will go where you want it to, but I just kind of then manipulate it. I'm going to come down here and get the feet. Once you get used to how this goes, it's not hard at all. Now I do notice when we pull these stickers, they do tend to stretch a little bit. So you see this will have a wrinkle in it. So what you want to do is, because we're going to put a dress on here in a different material, I will often just trim it to release that, and then I just kind of put the pieces back together. And they may overlap a little bit, but that's okay, because that part, A, you don't see it, but B, it's going to be another piece that goes on it. What you really want is the legs, the feet, the hair, and the face, and all the part you're going to color on the chipboard to be smooth. I don't know what I did here. There we go. I'm just going to make it go up because that'll be a separate piece anyway. Okay, so there's my doll. How did your doll go? Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to brayer it. I'm telling you, this brayer tool, it's the bomb. Okay, there we go. And now we're going to color. So we're going to color directly on the chipboard her skin, hair, and her little shoes. So again, if you recall, I was suggesting for Caucasian, I like to use that OR 4.2 as my shadow and 1.1. Now if you have not Caucasian, I can tell you go along the ORs and do a little bit darker shade, maybe 1.2 or 1.4, and then you could still probably use this as your shadow. But I do have samples of some of those coming on different skin tones, so hang in there. it's coming. Okay, 1.1 is the first layer. This is the Caucasian layer right here. And I'm coloring directly on the chipboard. Okay, go ahead, do our arm. Okay, I'm going to do the legs now. And the feet. Whoops, that wasn't the foot. That's okay, it's going to be black. This was the foot. Okay. Now I'm adding in my shadow. So I just kind of went through and put some shadows where I thought they should go. And now I'm going to go back with my light color and blend that in. So I'm going to the harsh line and then I'm just kind of making it softer. It looks dark, but it will go ahead and dry later. Okay, so now that we've colored that, we have our hair to do, and I'm going to go ahead and use the 4.6 and 4.3, if I could find it. There it is. So I'm going to start with 4.6, and I'm just going to put in see what I did? I put the wrong cap on. How many of you have done that? Here's 4.6. And I'm just going to color her hair. Okay, and then I'm going to come in with the lighter color. Give it a little blend here. Now again, this is coloring on the chipboard, which is very similar to coloring on the paper, and it takes a little bit more practice to get that blending in here. So I'm just going to kind of color over, let the highlights come through. Okay. Perfect. Now, last what I'd like to tell you is you could add a little bit of pink to the cheeks. I like to use this 5.1 or 3. It is R 5.1, and basically I just do like little dots because I don't want too much. But that's her rouge. Okay. Got that. Now we're going to go ahead and get our shoes straps down here. So I'm going to use this O 2.4. I'm just going to color the straps. And I'm going to use my favorite Y 2.3 for the bracelet. And then we just need to find some black to put on the soles of the bottom of the shoes here. And there, we've colored everything we've had to do on the chipboard. So now the next part is to have her dress, which is this paper right here. And we're going to take our sticker sheet, and you're going to see that we have two parts of her dress. So one part is the bottom skirt part, and the problem is when you do peel that, you need to let it go back. It will relax, but you want it to be basically the same size. So what you have to do now is try to figure out what part of this paper you want her skirt to be. So I think I'm going to go for this kind of orange. And just kind of let it relax. There we go. And then her top is also on the sticker sheet, and we want to find what kind of top we want. Maybe we want that to be a little bit more of these colors. So this is where you will have to trim it out. Okay, so here's this part trimmed. We're going to adhere that on there. And then the other part, we'll get that going. And then our doll will be complete. And that's how easy it is to make the doll. I don't think it's hard at all. It looks intimidating. It's not. It is highly addictive to have these dolls. And I enjoy so much making them. So I'm just cutting out her dress, her skirt. You want to cut as close as you can to the black outline. And then it's kind of like plain paper dolls where you're going to attach this right on the doll. Okay. You could have used the other side too if you like the other side of the paper. Alright, so now that we've made the doll, we could put her on the tag. So you're going to use your adhesive. It's going to go right here on the tag. There we go. So we got that part all done. The only parts that are missing are glitter elements of a margarita, the purse, the palm trees, the clouds. So let's just quickly get those colored, then we'll have our whole doll tag done. How exciting. Okay. So we're going to, take our purse. Now we don't want the handle to be on there, so if I were putting this down on my own glitter paper, I would let the handle hang over so I didn't have to fussy cut it, but because I'm going to color it with you guys, I'm just going to put it there. The tree. Now really, tree, what's your problem? There we go. And then we have another tree. These little things here are coconuts, but I didn't use them in my tag, so you can if you want to. I'm not going to, but I am going to use my little clouds. So I have 2 clouds. And my margarita cup.